Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do HackerFrogs after school. This is a live stream where we're going to be covering a different number of different cybersecurity topics. And welcome to all of the early chatters in here. So you've got Vladimir Volkov and Thonhe and Big Man Ting. Hello, and nice to see you guys here bright and early. All right, so what are we going to be doing today? So we've got three different topics that we're going to be covering. And let's take a look at these topics. So the first thing we're going to be covering is we're going to be talking about digital image forensics, that is digital disk forensics, and we're going to be doing that with the PicoCTF website. Ignore this little part over here. We're going to be covering a number of different PicoCTF challenges that have to deal with digital disk forensics. Franz is here on YouTube. Hello, Franz. Nice to see you here. And if you want to make an account over at PicoCTF, then you can go ahead and make one over here. I'll just drop the link in the chat. There you go. Okay, so that's going to be the first part of today's stream. And the second part of today's stream, we're going to be doing more Windows hacking demonstrations. So people talk about they don't want to do so much Linux hacking. They want to do hacking on a OS that they that people use all around them, and that's Windows. So we're going to be covering this challenge over here. It's called Admin, and it's a Windows hacking challenge that is available over at the VulNyx.com website. So if you're interested in checking that out, then you can download the virtual machine from this page over here, and then you can deploy that machine to your own virtual machine network and start hacking against it. Okay, so that's the second topic we're going to be covering today, and for the third topic, we're going to be covering Docker Labs. So we're going to go back to our roots and do some Linux hacking. We've got all of these different challenges over here on dockerlabs.es. So dockerlabs.es is a Spanish language website where you can download vulnerable Docker containers and deploy them on your machine. So after that, you can hack against them, and seeing as most Docker containers are Linux, then we're going to be doing some Linux Docker hacking. So that's going to be the third part of today's stream. It's probably going to be a couple of hours until we cover this third part, but until then, we've got all sorts of fun stuff lined up. So if you want to check out these vulnerable Docker containers yourself, you can do so from this website over here, dockerlabs.es. So you're going to need to have a offensive security version of Linux to work with, something like a Kali Linux or a Parrot OS or something else like that. Okay, so let's get started with the first topic of today's stream. This is the educational portion. Well, it's all educational portion, but this is especially educational portion. So what is this? So this is HackerFrogs After School Digital Image Forensics Part 1. It's part of our digital forensics classes, and this is the fifth workshop. So welcome to HackerFrogs After School. This workshop is the fifth class for digital forensics, and in the last workshop we learned about the following digital forensics concepts. Oh, I forgot to put in what we learned last time. So what we learned last time was we were talking about network packet forensics. So basically working with PCAPs and working inside of the Wireshark program. But what are we learning about today? Well, we're learning about digital disk forensics. So what is digital disk forensics? It's the examination and analysis of information stored on digital disks. These could be hard drives, otherwise known as HDDs, USB drives, or any other type of storage media. So disk forensics are often used in cybersecurity incident response to analyze and identify devices that may have been compromised in security incidents. So we're going to be talking and working with the, this should say Sleuthkit, not autopsy. Anyways, the Sleuthkit is a popular program used in digital disk forensics, and we can access it from the PicoCTF web shell. So we're going to be dealing with the Sleuthkit software, and we're going to be using PicoCTF to access it. And we're also going to be doing some PicoCTF challenges. So everybody, if you do not have an account over at PicoCTF, I highly encourage you to make an account over there. And what we're going to do is we're going to start up the web shell inside of PicoCTF. So after you've logged into PicoCTF, you can click on this button over here called Practice on the website. And that's going to lead you to where all of these PicoCTF challenges are selectable. After that, over on the right-hand side of the screen, you're going to see this button over here that says Web Shell, and this is actually a Linux virtual machine that you can use to solve PicoCTF challenges. So go ahead and click on that. You're going to see the PicoCTF web shell over here. It's going to start up, and it's going to give you a little welcome message here. And what we want to do is we want to put this in its own browser tab. So we want to make the web shell nice and big so that we can, so we don't have problems looking at it. So we can go ahead and click on this button over here. So in the PicoCTF web shell, there's the help button, and beside the help button, there's this button over here called Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. We want to click on that button, and then the PicoCTF web shell is going to be nice and big, and it's going to appear in its own browser tab. This is what we want. So after that, we can clear. We can take a look at what's in our directory. You'll probably see the readme.txt file, but I've created a little TMP directory here. I don't think we need it. Let's just get rid of it. Okay, so after you've logged into your PicoCTF web shell, let's go ahead and, oh, looks like we have some people on Kick that are spamming. Okay, so we need to ban this person. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the presentation over here. Okay, so we're going to be learning some of the basic operations of the Sleuthkit in this workshop to learn about digital disk forensics. So what we're going to do is we're going to cover one of the challenges on PicoCTF. So let's get acquainted with the Sleuthkit with this PicoCTF challenge, and let me grab the link for everybody in the chat. So the name of the challenge is called Sleuthkit Intro. And here is the link. So before you click on the link, you should be logged into PicoCTF before you try to paste the link into your web browser. Okay, so this is a challenge from PicoCTF. It's called Sleuthkit Intro. It's a medium level challenge from the forensics category from the PicoCTF 2022 event, and it also has the Sleuthkit tag over here. So in the description of the challenge, it says, download the disk image and use MMLS on it to find the size of the Linux partition. Connect to the remote checker service to check your answer and get the flag. So note, if you're using the web shell, download and extract the disk image into your TMP directory, not your home directory. So what does this mean? So because every once in a while you're going to see in your web shell that it's going to disconnect you if you don't send any commands to it within, I think, 15 minutes or so. But sometimes it's less than that. All you need to do is reconnect to the web shell, and then you can continue on your merry way. So the reason why we have to use the temporary directory when we're doing challenges like this is because they only give us a limited amount of disk space to each one of the users on the system. So I'm not sure what the limit is, but it's not very much. So if we have any very large files that we need to work with, we need to work with them in the temporary directory. So let's go ahead and, so we've got the link for the disk image over here. On YouTube, Mr. Warren says, do we click launch instance? No, we don't need to click launch instance yet. We'll be launching the instance after we have the answer that we're going to feed to the system. So we're not going to launch the instance yet. If you've launched the instance already, that's fine, but we don't need to click on this button yet. So what we need to do first is we need to get the answer for the challenge. So the answer for the challenge is to find the size of the Linux partition. So what we want to do next is hover over download disk image over here and then right click it. We're going to copy that link. So after we've copied the link, we're going to go to our web shell. And in the web shell, we're going to create a new directory. So we're going to create a directory with the make directory command. We're going to put it in the TMP directory on the server, and we're going to put it in ... your username. So ... the shy hat, for instance. You probably want to use your own username. That's probably the best way to do it. Okay, and then after that, you want to enter that directory. So we're just going to maneuver to ... whatever temporary directory you just created, and then we want to download the file. So remember we copied the link for the disk image. We're just going to do the wget command and then paste in the link here, and then afterwards hit enter to download the file. Okay, it's a pretty big file. Actually, it's not that big. It's only 28 megabytes. But I guess we're not downloading very fast over here. Okay, so after we've saved the file, we see that the disk.image.img.gz is in here, and what we need to do next is we need to prepare the file for use. So what we need to do is we need to unzip the file. So I think if we use the file command, and the file command is very useful for figuring out the contents of files, we're going to see that this is a gzip compressed data file. So what we need to do is we need to use I'm pretty sure we can use the gunzip command to unzip .gz files. So let's go ahead and do that. So it's going to be gunzip, gunzip rather, and disk.img.gz. So after we've done that, we're going to see the disk.img file in the directory here, and I'm not too sure how many megabytes is this. I'm not too sure. Is it like 1,000 kilobytes? Yeah, it's 1,000 kilobytes to the megabyte. So it's gotten a bit bigger. Anyways, if we use the file command to see what the contents of the disk.img file are, we're going to see that this is an image file, and it says it is DOS/MBR boot sector file, partition 1. So what we're going to do is we're going to use some commands from the Sleuthkit in order to do some forensics on this particular file. So what command are we going to be using? We're going to be using this command. So we're going to use the mmls command. So the mmls command is going to display the media management, that is the of the disk image file in list format, which is ls. So media management lists, basically. So basically we can see what a list of the different disk partitions on a specific image. So let's go ahead and give that command. So over at the web shell, we're going to do mmls disk.img. So remember that all the commands that we're going to be using today are commands that are associated with the Sleuthkit, and the Sleuthkit is, I'm not sure if it's installed by default on Kali Linux systems, but it's certainly part of the software packages. So you can easily install the Sleuthkit on your own Kali Linux box if you want to. So we run the command, and we're going to see that there's one disk partition on here, and this is a Linux disk partition. So it's going to tell you in bytes where the starting point of the partition is, the end point of the partition, and the length of the partition, or rather its file size. So I think I talk about it over here. Yeah. So we can see where the partition starts, which is this offset in bytes, and where the partition ends, which is over here, and then the length, which is the size in bytes of the partition over here. So what we're looking for in this challenge? So in this challenge, we need to find the size of the Linux partition. So among these numbers here, which one do you think is the size of the Linux partition? So it's probably going to be this right here, the length. So this is the offset in bytes of where the partition starts inside of the disk image. So that's 2048, and 204799 is where it ends on the partition, and the length is actually the size of the partition. So what we need to do is we need to remember this number here, and the next thing we need to do is we need to submit this number to the checker program inside the challenge for the challenge. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over every once in a while. I'm just going to give a command so it doesn't time me out. Mr. Warren says, could we subtract the end from the start and get the same answer? So that's a good point. So if we subtract 2047.99 from, I'm really bad at math. Let me go ahead and pull up my calculator. Where's my calculator? Hold on. Okay, so I've got my calculator over here, and we've got the end. The end is 2047.99, and subtract 2048, and this is slightly off. It's off by 1. I think it might be because it starts counting from 0, but it's very, very close. Okay, so let's go ahead and submit this answer. So we're going to go ahead and go to the challenge here. We're going to click on Launch Instance, and this is going to launch the virtual machine that is going to check the answer and then provide the flag for us if it is correct. So it says, so after you've started the instance, you're going to see a countdown over here. So the virtual machine is only going to run for about 15 minutes. Mr. Warren says, it told me, sorry, the flag is incorrect. Okay, so let's go ahead and access the program from this endpoint over here. So we have to use netcat from our web shell and then access this particular checker over here. So we're just going to copy that address. We go back to the web shell and we're going to paste in that command. Afterwards, we're going to hit enter to answer this question. What is the size of the Linux partition in the given disk image? Length in sectors. We can go ahead and copy this over here and then paste it in. And this is what it wants. Okay, so we get the flag over here. It's going to be PicoCTF MMLS for the win, I think it's supposed to be. Anyways, let's copy the flag over here, and then we can go over and so it's looking for this value over here. Okay, so here in the flag submission field, we're going to paste in our answer, click on Submit Flag, and then we're done. Okay, so let's move on to our next challenge, and we're going to learn a little bit more about, that was relatively easy, but the next challenge is we're going to learn a lot more some different commands for using the Sleuthkit. Okay, so let's go back over here. So we're going to do the next challenge which is Sleuthkit Apprentice. So let's learn more Sleuthkit commands with this PicoCTF challenge. And let me get the link for everybody. There you go. So everybody on YouTube, we've got ads running on YouTube now. If you start seeing ads, let me know because I need to keep track. I need to keep track of what's going on with ads as far as YouTube is concerned. Okay, so where are we? Okay, we're going to go back to the challenge here. And we've got Sleuthkit Apprentice. So Sleuthkit Apprentice is a medium level challenge in the forensics category from PicoCTF 2022. The description here says, download this disk image and find the flag. Note if you're using the web shell, download and extract the disk image into the temporary directory, not your home directory. Okay, so we can go back to the web shell. And in the web shell, I think we can hit enter. Nope, we need to do Control-C to quit out of here. And we've got our old disk image here. We can keep on working in this directory as long as we delete this disk image first. So we're just going to use the rm command to get rid of the disk image. And it says, let's see if I can, the ads are running right now. Okay. I was hoping that it wouldn't come this early. Oh well. Okay. But thank you very much for watching ads. That's what keeps us in business. Anyways, after we've deleted the disk image file, we're gonna copy the new disk image over here. So download compressed disk image under Sleuthkit Apprentice. Go ahead and right-click it and then copy the link. Then go over to the web shell. So in the web shell, inside the temporary directory, we're going to download the file. Mr. Warren says it played for a few seconds and then we could skip it. Right. That's the good thing about YouTube ads, is that most of the time you can skip them. Okay, so we're just going to do wget, and then we're going to paste in the file address, hit enter to download the file. So I think this is a larger one. This is 45 megabytes. Richard Calaby says, premium user, so no ads for me. Awesome. This is I'm not telling anybody that if you feel like using an ad blocker, go ahead and use the ad blocker. It's up to you. I certainly use an ad blocker because most of the time I don't want to see ads. Ronan says, what are we doing? Yeah, so we're just doing some disk forensics challenges over at PicoCTF. So we're currently doing this challenge right here. And if you've got an account over at PicoCTF, you can join along with us. If you prefer to watch, that's fine too. But we're going to be learning more commands as part of the Sleuthkit package, and use them to solve the challenges. Okay, so I think over here we've downloaded the file. So we know we've downloaded the file because it's in our directory over here. And for these challenges, we have to work inside the temporary directory, inside some directory that we create, because we can't work inside of our home directory for these challenges because we don't have very much file space in there. So this is a GZ file, which means we need to use gunzip to unzip the file. So if we run file on this file, we see that it is gzip compressed data. So we just need to run the gunzip command, and then we can unzip the file, and then we can access it. Okay, so after that's done, we should see the disk.flag.img file here. If we run the file command on it, then it's going to tell us that this is a DOS MBR boot sector file, partition 1. So what we need to do is we're going to be learning a couple more commands that help us interact with this disk image file and how to solve some of these challenges. So first of all, we can run the command that we used in the last challenge, which is the mmls command. So it's going to be mmls and then the name of the disk image. This is going to tell us what disk partitions exist inside the file. So we're going to see 3 potential disk images disk partitions here. So there's this Linux one, this other Linux one, and a third Linux one. So we've got 3 different Linux disk partitions that all start at different byte offsets, and we need to keep track of these byte offsets, the byte offsets, because we need to reference these when we run different commands. So let's learn about some of these commands. So we're going to use the fsstat command next, and the fsstat command is used to display statistics stat associated with the file system fs. So fsstat stands for file system statistics. Okay, so looks like we've got some ads coming up on Twitch as well. So while the ads are running on Twitch, we will take a little break and have a little bit of water. That break should only be for about 2 minutes or so. But anyways, let's continue until then. Okay, so when we run the fsstat command, we need to supply the byte offset of the disk partition that we want to look at with the -o argument and then the name of the disk image. So for example, over here we run fsstat. The offset is going to be 2048, and the image is going to be disk.flag.img. Mr. Warren says, how did you look at the disk flag? I'm getting lost. Okay, so Mr. Warren, what file is in your directory right now? So when you do, oh, sorry, this is the wrong one. In the web shell, when you do ls, what is the file in here? Distorted is here. Nice to see you here, Distorted, on YouTube. And where's Vlad? Vlad is around. He's lurking around the chat. So, Mr. Warren, when you do ls, what file do you see in your current directory? If you're in the TMP directory here, the same one I have. Okay, so it should be disk.flag.img. So after you've unzipped the file, Distorted says, hello, Distorted, nice to see you here. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about the Hack the Planet, just for you?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in the...
Okay, so, all right, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, and during the ads, we're just gonna watch the birds. Hold on. Here you go. So we're just going to take a little break for some water. So everybody on YouTube, I'm just going to play an ad for everybody on YouTube, just so you guys don't get hit with ads later. So I'm just going to play the ad for you on YouTube now. You should be able to skip it, but we'll be back. Okay, so Delta Kilo says hack the planet, Delta Kilo. Mr. Warren says, when I type MMLS, I get an error message. Okay. Mr. Warren, are you on the web shell? So are you in the PicoCTF web shell? You should see a prompt like this, PicoCTF at web shell. Are you there? Door of the Future says, one lesson for considering. I'm not too sure what that means. Could you elaborate on that? Yeah, so we're, let's see, Distorted, we're just doing some, a little lesson on digital disk forensics. So Mr. Warren says, yes, I followed everything except for the previous command you typed. So the previous command was the MMLS command. So when I type MMLS, I get this information right here. So if you're on the PicoCTF web shell, you can try this command over here. So which mmls, and then it should give you a directory. If it doesn't, if you're using the web shell and you don't get any output when you type in which mmls, then there might be something wrong with the web shell. Not sure. But Distorted, we're doing this challenge over here. Let me copy it for you. There you go. Whoops. Web shell. Right, so what we want to do is we want to mmls on disk.flag.img, and we need to get the offsets for the different disk partitions we want to get the statistics for. So the next step would be to run fs-stat on offset, whatever offset we want to look at. So if we want to look at this Linux partition, we would do 2048, and so Mr. Warren says you unzipped it, the file doesn't work, and neither does mmls. That's strange. Did mmls work for the previous challenge? So we used mmls in the previous challenge and it worked then, didn't it? Just let me know if the mmls command worked for the previous challenge. So Ronan1 says it works for you. Okay. What I would do, maybe you can reset your web shell. Maybe mmls lowercase, right? So mmls, the commands are case sensitive, so you need to make sure that mmls is all lowercase. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about what this ffstat command is doing. So the ffstat command is going to give you a lot of information about this particular disk partition. The information that we're actually looking for is the file system type. Mr. Warren says, I copied my error messages to the chat. I can't. Yeah, let us.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the...
Thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet Distorted. Yeah, so go ahead and you can copy the error messages to the chat, including the command that you submitted, and maybe we can figure this out together. But when we do ffstat, we're actually looking for this information right here, the file system type, because we're going to be using the file system type in some future commands. So spoiler alert, all of these challenges are all using these ext4 file system types. So we're going to be using that as part of our future commands. So over here, so after we know what file system type these images have, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get a file list for all of the for these particular file systems. So for example, we can run this command over here. Oh, so let's talk about a little bit more about what the command is that we're going to be using. Okay. So the next command we're going to try is the fls command. So the fls, file system ls command, is used to list out files and directories within a specified file system. So when we use the fls command, we need the format of the disk partition, which is -f, and in this case is ext4. We need the offset of the disk partition that we want to look at, which is -o 2048. We're going to run it recursively, which means we're going to be going inside of the directories and seeing what's in there. So -r, and then we need to supply the disk image name. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're just going to run, I keep on going back here when I should be going to the web shell. Okay, so we're just going to run FLS, and then the format is ext4. The offset is 2048, and we're going to run it recursively -r, and we're going to supply the name of the disk image file. So it's disk.flag.img. So, Mr. Warren, if you're still having troubles with your web shell, my suggestion is to restart the web shell, and then after you've reset the web shell, just type in which MMLS and see if you get any output over here. The shell restarted now. I have nothing. For now, I'll just watch. Okay. So you can, if you have Kali Linux, you can, I'm not sure if the Sleuthkit is installed by default. On your Kali Linux, why don't you try typing in which MMLS, and if the Sleuthkit is installed, then it should give you some output like this. And if it's not installed, it should give you a prompt for installing the Sleuthkit on your Kali Linux system. Okay, but anyways, we use the FLS command over here. Mr. Warren says, I get user bin MMLS. Okay, so that means that MMLS is a valid command on the system. So that should be correct. All right, so we see that these are the files on the disk system at this offset. So remember, we saw 3 different offsets. So we're going to do FFLS to take a look at the file systems for the other partitions. So all we need to do here is we need to swap out the numbers of the offsets. And there was another offset at 206848, and we're going to see if there are any files there. So it says invalid magic value, not an EXTFS file system. Okay, so we are not able to see anything at this particular disk partition, so we're just going to skip over to the next one. So the next partition was the one at 360448, and let's see what we can see here. Okay, so these are all the files in this file system. So most of the time when we run FLS, we're going to get a lot of files. So most of the time we need to filter for whatever we're looking for. But long story short, there is something we want to find in this file system, and I think it's somewhere near the top. Hold on. Oh. Okay. Well, all right, this is where we need it. We're going to clear, and then we're going to run this. We're going to run this again. We're going to grep. We're going to grep for. So we're looking for a file called flag.txt. So let's just go ahead and run this command here, but we're going to look for the flag file. So we've got two hits over here. We've got flag.txt and we've got flag.uni.txt. So the thing that we need here in order to read these files is we need this node number. So each one of these files is going to have a node number, an inode number, which is this number right here inside of the FLS output, right? And we've got to use the icat command in order to read these files. So the icat, which is inodecat command, is used to read specific files in a disk partition according to its inode number. So when we run icat, we need to supply the format of the disk partition, which is -f. We need to supply the offset of the disk partition, which is -o. And finally, we need the name of the disk and the inode number, which is this right here, followed by the inode number. And then we can get the contents of the file. So let's go ahead and try this over at the web shell. So we're going to run icat, and we need to specify the format, ext4, the offset of the partition, which is 360448, and we need to supply the name of the image, which is this, and at the very end we need to supply the inode number, which in this case is this one right here, 2082. Okay, so after we've supplied all this information, we see that this is okay, there's nothing here. Huh, that's interesting. So there's nothing in this flag file. That's weird. Let's try this other file. This other file is flag.uni.txt, and it has this inode number here. So 2371. And for some reason, this flag.uni.txt file actually has the flag, but it's not the flag.txt file. So we see here, this is the flag. And we can go ahead and submit this. So let's go back to the challenge. And in the challenge here, we're going to submit the flag here, click on Submit Flag, and then we're done. Okay, so an interesting thing, an interesting mystery for this challenge is why was it this flag.uni.txt and not the flag.txt that has the actual flag? So the answer is this. So we can go ahead and use the fls command, but we're not gonna run it recursively this time. We're gonna see that there's this directory here called root. So when we're doing these CTF challenges, we probably want to look inside the root directory. It's a prime target for posting, for putting all of your important information in. All right, so maybe we can do icat with the directory root over here. 1995. Okay, so it's got .ash history and my folder in here. Vladimir Volkov says, shoot, I got caught up and got it to work. Only made it to the mmls command though. Vladimir Volkov, are you working on your Kali Linux, or are you working inside the web shell inside of PicoCTF? Let us know. Because it's depending on what system you're working on, it's going to be slightly different. Okay, so there's this .ash history file in here. So let's go ahead and look for this when we do the ffls command. So it's going to be ffls, and instead of the flag file, we're going to grep for the .ash_history command. And we see that, so .ash history, this has got a bunch of command history for the root user in this case. So we want to take a look at that. So Vladimir Volkov says it's the web shell. Okay. So I guess the problem resolved itself after you restarted your web shell, it looks like. Okay, so we're going to run the icat command again, but this time we're going to take a look at the .ash history, which has this inode over here. So the inode number is 2363. So if anybody is wondering what the syntax for the icat command looks like, this is it over here. Okay, so what happened inside of this the terminal over here? So this is the .ash history file. It's got all of the history for this particular Linux terminal. for the root user. So they installed the nano program. They made a directory called my folder. They created a file called flag.txt, and then they did some sort of, I don't know what command this is, iconv, and I guess they took something and they turned it into a file called flag.uni.txt. Vladimir Volkov says the problem was that I unzipped it and continued typing .gz when trying to. Oh, okay. So the problem is that you made a typo. So yeah, it's important to catch your typos, everybody. Okay, so icon. Let's ask what this command is. What is the icon command in Linux? It's thinking. Okay, it's a utility to convert text files between different character encodings. Okay. So basically what happened here is they created a flag.txt file, and I'm not too sure how we get from flag.txt to creating this file, flag.uni.txt. Oh, okay. So here they convert from ASCII to UTF-16 the contents of flag.txt and redirect it into flag.uni.txt. And then they do this command over here to shred the contents of the flag.txt file. And then that's why the contents of the flag are in this file over here and not in the flag.txt file, because they shredded it. So Vladimir Volkov asks, can we look at the history on all Linux with the .ash history? So .bash history exists on, yeah, so let's say we've got our Kali Linux over here, and we move into the home directory. So in your home directory, you're going to have it's not usually called .ash history, it's usually .bash history. So we've got .bash history over here, and it's going to have a list of all of the previous commands you've done. This is how command history works. So the command history is saved up over here, and that's what enables you to do stuff like use the up and down arrow keys to retrieve previous commands that you ran. So the interesting thing about Kali Linux is that the default shell in Kali Linux is not bash. It's another shell called ZSH. So your actual Kali Linux history is going to be in the .zsh history file and not the .bash history file. But if we take a look at .zh history, these are all the previous commands I've run on Kali Linux with the ZSH shell. So it's a very useful resource, especially when you're doing CTFs, to look inside the history files for the different users to figure out if there's any sensitive information inside of there. Okay, let's go back to the web shell. We're going to let's see if we can solve one more challenge before we finish up for the day. So here, let's delete the disk.flag.img file. So Vladimir Volkov says, so regularly clearing those is good practice. It really depends on whether or not you're doing, if you put any credentials in your command line, that's usually a bad thing. Most of the time you don't have anything sensitive inside your history file, but sometimes people can get an idea of what's going on a system by looking at the history. Proletariat says, what if I delete the .bash history? Then the .bash history file goes away. Something that people do when they're paranoid about saving their history is that I think they can redirect the history file into dev null, which means that the history will not be saved. So let me ask about this real quick. This isn't something I've done before, but I do see it a lot on like CTF challenges. If I don't want to save my .bash history, how can I configure the system to redirect its contents to dev null? Okay, you can configure your system to redirect the history file to dev null. This effectively discards all history entries. So you can add this line to the .bash rc, which is a configuration file for bash. Export history file to dev null. Okay, and then after that, your bash history will no longer be recorded in that .bash history file. But anyways, let's go back. All right, so we're going to solve one more challenge. We can go over here, and we're going to access the Operation Orchid. The Operation Orchid challenge over here. So let me get the link. Proletariat says, if I was compromised, I imagine they'd probably send it to dev null or at least delete it. That's super useful. Actually, that's interesting, Proletariat. If if you were compromised and somebody was snooping around on your system, then they would probably try. Well, they might not delete the file. They might decide to edit the file instead. They would edit the file and then delete all of the commands that they used. That's probably a lot more sneaky than deleting the file entirely or redirecting it to dev null. But anyways, let's try this challenge over here. So this is the Operation Orchid challenge. We're not doing anything. We're not using any other Sleuthkit commands that we haven't learned before. But let's take a look at the challenge. So let's use all the Sleuthkit commands that we've learned so far with this PicoCTF challenge here, and then we're going to copy. So in Operation Orchid, we need to copy the link for the file, then go back to the web shell. So make sure that you've deleted the any previous disk images, and then wget to download the file. Okay, so it's going to be done in about 10 seconds or so. But if anybody's wondering, if for some reason, actually, just for a second, let's take a look at our own home file over here. So we've got bash history over here, right? So if you see a bash history file for any user's inside of any user's home directory, and for a CTF challenge, you could take a look in there and then figure out if there's anything suspicious that you could take advantage of. So, for example, we can actually edit this file and then take a look at what's in there as well. So nano home bash history. So we've got all of our these are all the history all the commands that we've done previously inside of here. So let's get out of here. And then we've got the disk.flag.img.gz file again. We're gonna unzip this file with the gunzip. So after we do that, we can begin investigating this this disk image file. So remember, the first thing we want to do is we want to do the MMLS to take a look at what disk partitions exist on the system. So we've got a Linux, and another Linux. So we've got, I think this might be the same one from the It looks very similar to the disk partitions from the previous challenge. Anyways, the next command we're going to run after that is we're going to run fs file system statistics. I don't think we really need to, but let's see, offset 2048, because we need to figure out what the format of the disk partitions are. So this is going to be disk.flag.img. We need to go up over here to figure out what the format is. So the system file type is the ext4. So these are all going to be ext4. So after that, we can start doing some what was it? FLS. So FLS, we need to supply the format. The format is going to be ext4. The offset for the file system is 2048, and the disk image is called disk.flag.img. Okay, so there's not very much here. Actually, what we can do is we can make this recursive, just in case there's anything in here. There's nothing in here. There are no directories, so this is not the disk partition that we're looking for here. We can go ahead and MMLS again, and we see that there's. I'll just give you spoilers. This is not a valid disk partition here, so we're not going to be checking out this one, but we will be checking out this one over here, which is at offset 411648. 411648. Okay, so there's a lot of files in here. What we want to do is we're gonna check out the root directory again. So we're gonna run this without the -r, just to take a look at the file system. So the file system has all of your typical Linux directories here, and we're going to take a look at what's in the root directory. So we're going to run, we're going to run icat. Oh, sorry, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So let's pull up the birds. Vladimir Volkov says that they missed the command. Which command are you talking about? Are you talking about the... Okay, so we've got about a minute of ads. I'm going to play an ad on YouTube just so we don't get random ads. So there you go. Hold on, I'm going to have a little sip of water. Just a second. Vladimir Volkov says, I missed that command. Which command are you referring to? And Ronan1 says it's encrypted. Okay, so we're gonna be addressing that in just a second. Vladimir Volkov says, I missed it. Haha, I don't know what the last one you typed. fsstat. Okay, let's we'll talk a little bit about. The ads are ending on Twitch right now, so we're gonna get started again. Okay, so remember, there's a little flow that we do when we investigate these challenges here. So the first thing we do is we do MMLS to see all of the partitions on the system, and from there we get the offsets. So these are the offsets for the different disk partitions. We need to note these because we'll be using them in other commands. The second thing we need to do is we need to get the file system information for these partitions. So it's fsstat, and then the offset, and then whichever offset that we want to look at. So fsstat, what we're what we're actually looking for is we're looking for the file system type, because we need to use this for the format for the FLS command and the icat command. So we need to specify that as ext4 when we give those commands. Okay, so after we know that, then we can run the FLS commands. So this is taking a look at the file system. We need to give the format ext4, and then we need to give the offset, for example, 2048, and then the name of the image, which is dist.flag.img. Proletariat says, thanks for sharing your knowledge. Instant sub, keep it up, got a jet. Proletariat, thank you very much for the subscription, and yeah, let's send you off with a hack the planet. See you next time.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the...
Okay, so if we run this, then we can see the all of the different directories inside of the file system. And if we give it with the -r flag, then we can see it recursively. That is going inside of each of the directories. So this gets a little bit messy when we're dealing with really large file systems. And Proletariat, hey, a pixelated hippo chomps on a 1-up. Thank you very much for the super chat on YouTube. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, so yeah, so these are this is my first super chat. Thank you very much, Proletariat. I just got monetized on my YouTube channel a couple days ago, but yeah, thank you very much for the donation. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to take a look at the file system that is at offset. Which is the offset again? Hold on, let me take a look at what it is. MLS. Okay, so the offset is over here, right? So let's go ahead and do FLS format ext4 offset 411648. Yes, Ronan, thank you very much. You've been sitting around, and actually, have you solved the challenge yet? Okay, so these are the directories over here. We want to take a look inside of the root directory. So we can actually take a look with the icat command. So it's the icat, and then the format ext4, and then the offset 411648. Waiting for me. Okay, thank you. And we supply the name of the image, and then the inode number. So the inode number for the root directory is 472. Okay, so once again, we've got a flag.enc, and we've got a well, actually, no. This is the first time we've seen this. So there's flag.txt.enc, and then there's .ash history, and there's also flag.txt in here. So we can go ahead and grab the inode numbers for those as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to run, oh geez, this is so messy. So we're going to run FLS, but for this time we're going to run it recursive, and we're going to grep for .ash history. Okay. Jedediah says, any tips on how to get started on hacking or cybersecurity? Asking for a friend. Okay. How to get started in hacking or cybersecurity? The first thing you want to do when you're investigating cybersecurity is you want to figure out what kind of role or what kind of job you want to aim for inside of cybersecurity, because cybersecurity is a really big industry and there are a lot of specializations. So the first thing I would do, hold on, I need to ban a spamming user on Kick. Okay. So cybersecurity roles. So there's there's an AI overview. You know what? I've 12 types of cybersecurity roles with duties and salaries. I don't know if you might want to take a look at this, but the first thing you want to do is you want to figure out what your niche, what you want your niche to be inside of cybersecurity. So if you want to do offensive security stuff, this is what I mostly do. So I do offensive cybersecurity. You can also do defensive cybersecurity. The industry is mostly the technical roles are usually divided into offensive cybersecurity, which is people who simulate attacks, and defensive cybersecurity, which is people who try to prevent attacks from happening. That's a really ugly link. I'm sorry about that. Let's go ahead and try this link instead. This link. Oh, it still looks really bad. Hold on. Wow, why is this link so ugly? Okay, no, this is the pretty link. Here you go. But yeah, let's see. Jedediah, so any tips on starting hacking or cybersecurity? Figure out what you want your role to be, if you want it to be offensive or defensive. I think I've got I actually have a little YouTube video that talks a little bit about this. It's one of my earliest uploads and it's pretty rough. Vladimir says, I'm getting error messages with the icat command. Okay, we'll go over the icat command in just a second. Let's see. Getting into cyber. How do I get into cybersecurity? So I made this video a couple of years ago, and it's a little bit rough around the edges, but you might want to give this a look. Okay, let's go back to the challenge. Okay, so we want to do icat. Where was our icat command? So when we run icat, we want to give the -F for format, and we want to give the -O for offset. We want to give the name of the image file, and then we want to give the inode for the file we want to look at. So in this case, it's going to be 1875. 1875. Okay, so what happened here? So we created a file called flag.txt, and then we edited it by using nano. Well, it looks like we used OpenSSL to encode the flag. So this is what's happening over here. So this is the .ash history. So this is the history file for the root user. So we used OpenSSL with AES-256. This is the encryption method, the hashing method rather. We gave a salt, and the salt is this over here, unbreakable password 12345667. So, and we supplied the flag.txt file, and we outputted the flag.txt.enc file. And then we shredded the flag.txt file so that we couldn't get any information out of it. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to do this operation in reverse in order to get the flag.txt file. Actually, the first thing we need to do is we need to get the encoded flag. So we can use FLS, and we can look for the encoded flag, which is called flag.txt.enc. And this is the inode for it, 1782. So let's go ahead and get that with icat. So icat 1782. So everything's the same. The command is completely the same, except we replace the inode number. So this is the contents of flag.txt.enc. What we're going to do to reverse the operation is we're going to give the same command, but we're going to redirect the output into a file called flag.txt.enc. Okay, so after we run this command, we're going to see the flag.txt.enc file in here. And if we cat the file, we're going to see this is the encoded flag. So the next thing we need to do is we need to decode the flag by doing the opposite operation to this. So it's OpenSSL, all this stuff over here, but we're going to decode it instead. So let me so this is the command. This is the command to encode the flag. This time what we're going to do is we're going to input flag.txt.enc. We're going to output flag.txt. But what would be the opposite of this? This is what we're going to look this up. OpenSSL decode. Let's go ahead and look this up. OpenSSL decrypt. Okay, so how to use OpenSSL encrypting, decrypting files with OpenSSL. How to encrypt? How about decrypting? Decrypt. You know what? Maybe we can just cheat. Maybe we can cheat and just ask the AI. Hold on. So let's ask DeepSeek. Let's see if DeepSeek can do it. So we want to use OpenSSL to decrypt an encrypted file. We know that the file was created using these command arguments. Ronan has a oh, okay. Ronan has a command. You know, we can go ahead and try Ronan's command first. But good to have you here. Good to have you here. Okay. Let's see. So it's OpenSSL AES 256 CBD. Block cipher, is that what it is? CBC. So we want to decode salt. Input flag.txt.enc, out flag.txt, K unbreakable password 1234567, chain block cipher. Thank you very much for the information, Foozy, thank you very much. Okay, so invalid command. Oh, let's just try it with AES256. Okay, so it says bad decrypt. Well, the problem, the thing is that when you see error messages, it doesn't necessarily mean that it didn't go through, because what we need to do is take a look in the directory, and we see that the flag.txt file was created, even though it gives us an error message. So if we take a look at flag.txt, then this is the flag that we're looking for this challenge. Okay, so Fuzi Kawaji asks, do you know how it was encrypted? So the way we know how it was encrypted was we took a look at the command history for this file system. So let's see, it was this one. So this is the command history for the file system, and we found this command right over here. So this command tells us how it was encrypted. So it was encrypted with OpenSSL with AES 256 encryption. That was given as salt, and it was given these files, and this was the content of the salt. Okay, so whoops, hold on. Okay, so the contents of the flag are here, and for anybody who's wondering what command we used to decrypt the flag, it was this over here. Just like that. Okay, so let's read the contents. And let's submit this flag and complete the challenge. Okay, so over here, PicoCTF, Operation Orchid, submit the flag. Done, done, done. All right. I think the command is it messed up? Oh. Yeah, the command is messed up. Let me get a better version of it. Hold on. Yeah, this command is messed up. Here, let me edit that command. That should be it. I've pasted the new command into the chat. All right, so before we finish up, let's do a little summary of what we learned in today's class. So over here, so let's review the digital forensics concept we learned in this workshop here. We learned about the autopsy. Sorry, this should say the Sleuthkit. Autopsy is next week. Next week we're going to be taking a look at autopsy. For some reason, I missed all this when I was making my my presentation. The Sleuthkit is a popular program used in digital disk forensics, and it includes several useful commands for interacting with disk image files, including the mmls command, which displays the media management of the disk file image in the list format, the fsstat command, which is used to display statistics associated with the file system, and let's see, the icat and the icat command, which I didn't get to for some reason. So what's next? So we're going to be doing another lesson on digital forensics next class, and next stream, and we're going to be taking a look at a different program to take a look at digital image files in a more intuitive way. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be learning about the autopsy program, and the autopsy program is basically a graphic user interface version of the Sleuthkit. So it's built on top of the Sleuthkit, and it's a much easier to use program. And that's what we're going to be covering in the next class. So everybody, see you next time, and until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so let's start the next part of today's stream. It took we went over time by about 20 minutes. But let's do the next thing. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do a little hacking tutorial for Windows. And the challenge we're looking at today is the admin challenge over at VulNyx.com. So let me, hold on, search admin. So if anybody wants to take a look at the challenge we're doing today for our Windows hacking demonstration, it's going to be this. Okay, so we've got this this challenge over here all ready to go. All I need to do is start up the virtual machine. So I'm going to do that. So it looks like this Windows hacking challenge is going to be against a Windows 10 operating system. So we've got the machine starting up over here. Just a second. Okay, so the machine is booted up. Let's go ahead and start the challenge. Hold on. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the admin challenge over at VulNyx.com. This is a Windows challenge, and let's get started. All right, so the first thing we want to do when we do any of these CTF box challenges is we need to... Vladimir Volkov asks, how do I start it? Okay, so this is what you want to do to do the VulNyx challenges. So you want to download the virtual machine. So I've got a link for the virtual machine. So just go to the link and download the VM image. After that, you want to use VirtualBox to, well, let's take a look over here. So instead of VirtualBox, you can do File and then Import Appliance. And then from there, you want to select the OVA file that you unzip after you download the file. And from there, the only thing you need to really pay attention to after you've imported the appliance is to put the machine on a host-only adapter network. So make sure that your Kali Linux box is also has a network adapter that is host-only adapter, and make sure that they're both on those networks. Okay, so the first thing we want to do when we do these CTF box challenges is to find out where the machine is on the network. So we can do that with the nmap program, and the nmap program run with the SN argument over here is going to conduct what is called a ping sweep. So ping sweeping is basically just trying to find out what machines are online in a particular network range. And this network range has 255 hosts. We're going to find out which ones are online. Okay, so it looks like there are only 2 devices on the network that are virtual machines, which are number 5, which is our IP address, and number 24. So our target is on the 24 address over here. So everybody, we haven't had any music in a while. I'm going to play a little bit of music. The music that we're going to be playing today is from XCOM 2, which is one of my favorite strategic games, strategy games. It's all about fighting aliens and stuff. But let's make sure that the music is sufficiently soft and that we're not blasting everybody's eardrums with it. If you ever find that the music is too loud, let me know, and I'll try to adjust the volume. Okay, so the machine is at this IP address right here. Let's go ahead and scan it with nmap. Ronan says .sn is not to ping. SN is not to ping? I thought SN was to ping. Or SN is to conduct... let me take a look at nmap help. -SN is... -N is a ping scan. Yeah, it's not port scanning, so it's just a ping scan for -SN. Okay, let's so we're just going to run nmap, and we're going to run it against all ports. We're going to run it very verbose. We're going to run it very, very fast, and we're going to run it with versioning information and common scripts with this particular argument here. And let's get going. The most important thing to do is run it with very verbose, which means that we're going to see output before the scan finishes, because otherwise we're not going to see anything until the scan finishes completely. Okay, so we're going to run it here, and we see that we've got all of our typical Windows ports open. We got 139, 445, and 135, and a bunch of ports open on the 40,000 range. And that's very normal for Windows machines. Okay, so the other thing that we have to take note for this machine is that there's port 80 open, and port 80 indicates that there's some sort of web page available on this system. So what we need to do next is we need to investigate the web port. Okay, so we're just going to go to our web enumeration tab here, and we're going to run GoBuster. Actually, let's go run GoBuster. GoBuster. So GoBuster is a directory busting tool. Directory busting is basically finding out which endpoints are available on a particular web server, and we're going to run it like this. We're going to look for a bunch of different extensions. We're going to look for PHP pages. Actually, maybe we can look for ASPX pages, HTML, TXT, a bunch of different file formats. Over here with the -x, we need to supply an IP address, which is this one over here, and we need to supply the word list that we're going to use to compare it against. The standard one for doing these kind of CTF exercises is the directory list 2.3 medium.txt file. So let's go ahead and use this to scan this web server. So the IP address is 24. Let me double check that. Hold on. Where did I put my nmap? I didn't put my nmap in the correct tab. Yeah, that was silly of me. IcoBit asked, did I miss forensics? Yeah, if you want to go back to the beginning of the stream, we did forensics for the first like 80 minutes of the stream. You can, using YouTube, you can always go back to the beginning of the stream and watch from there. But we're currently doing our Windows hacking demonstration right now. Okay, let's go back to GoBuster. And GoBuster found this file over here on the system called tasks.txt. So we can go ahead and check it out. So in our web browser, we're going to go to it's 24 task.txt. Okay. So in this task.txt file, there's a bunch of information here. Finish the website, update the OS, drink coffee, change the password. But the most important thing that we get out of this is that there's a user on the system named Hope. So this means that we can use this username and we can brute force their password. So a lot of easy challenges have to they utilize brute forcing as a primary tool. But let's talk a little bit more about this. So this is SMB credential brute forcing. So we were able to determine a potential username on the server, and we can brute force this user's password if it is sufficiently weak. So when we do brute forcing, we like to use a tool called netexec. Netexec is kind of a all-in-one tool that is used for Windows security testing, and it's usually abbreviated to NXC. So NXC, this is the name of the command. We run it against the SMB protocol. We have to supply the IP address over here, and we have to supply the name of the user that we want to brute force. So the last thing we do is we supply the list, the password list that we want to use for brute forcing. And it's going to be this one over here, the rocku.txt list. So the rocku.txt list is a list of the most common 14 million passwords, and it's very commonly used for these kind of CTF exercises. So the last thing we need to do when we're running netexec to do brute forcing with the rocku.txt list is to give this little flag right here, which is called ignore password decoding. So I think that's because there's some sort of weird, there's some sort of non-standard character encoding inside this file. So that's why we need to give that flag. So let's go ahead and run this. It's going to try to brute force the password for the hope user on the system. It goes pretty fast. After a little bit, it comes back with this result over here. IcoBit says, my live boot of Kali didn't even have rocky.txt. So the thing about the rocky.txt file is that it starts, so it's going to be zipped. On a new installation of Kali Linux, rocky.txt is zipped, so it's going to be a file called rocky.txt.gz, I think. So you need to unzip that file before you can use it. Okay, so we see here that we've managed to brute force the password for the hope user over here, and from here what we need to do is we need to confirm that this is a valid credential pair. So we're just going to run netexec again, and we're going to check that this is the correct password. So we see here that we got a positive result. It says that hope and loser is a correct password pair, credential pair rather. The next thing we want to do is we want to figure out if the hope user has any elevated privileges. So the elevated privileges would give them access to the WinRM service. So when the WinRM service is basically an administrator login tool, and because it says that the hope user has WinRM access, it says that we've pwned the system. The thing is that the reason why it says that we've pwned the system here is because WinRM access is usually restricted to administrators, and since we have if we actually have administrator access to the system with WinRM, that means that we essentially have full control of the system. But we'll see that this is not the case. Okay, so since we've got this credential pair here, we can access WinRM with this particular tool on Kali Linux, which is called VulWinRM. So VulWinRM is a tool that we can use to log into the WinRM service. We have to specify an IP address here, a user, and also a password. Okay, so let's go ahead and log into the system using VulWinRM. Okay, so VulWinRM starts up. It starts us up in a PowerShell script over here, a PowerShell terminal rather. If we ask who am I, it says we are the hope user. Okay, so that means we've broken into the box, and you know what that means? That means we have to put on our scary hacker voice and call on the powers of scary hacker voice man. Just a second.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a system, and we've broken in. Well, Mr. Admin Web Administrator, it looks like you left a little note on your web server that gave away your username. We used that username and we brute forced the password for the SMB service. And from there, we figured out that this user can use WinRM. That was a big mistake. Maybe you knew about the security misconfigurations, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
All right, so we've gotten into the system, and there are many different ways we could try to look for privilege escalation on this target. Of course, privilege escalation is basically trying to figure out how we can become the highest level of user on the system. So if we take a look at the privileges for our user on this system, we can see that we can shut down the system, we can undock. Not too sure what that privilege is, but we don't have any privileges that could give us upgraded privileges on the system. And if we take a look at what groups this user is part of, we don't see that we see that they're not part of the administrator's group, so we don't have full access over the system. So an interesting thing that we can do, actually, we were talking about this earlier when we were talking about the history files. So we're going to access a history file in order to figure out how to compromise the system. So let's talk a little bit more about that. So over here, our method of privilege escalation on this target is the PowerShell command history file. So on Windows systems, PowerShell commands are saved in a history file for each user in the user's username, app data, roaming, Microsoft Windows, PowerShell, PS readline, console host history.txt file. And if this file exists for a particular user, we can take a look at, we can access that file. We might be able to access some sensitive information. So let's go ahead and access it on this system and figure out if there's any sensitive information. Okay, so let me clear CLS. Can't do either of these things. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a look and see if this file exists. So it's going to be users, hope, app data, roaming, Microsoft Windows, PowerShell, PS readline. Okay, so in this, so one thing that's convenient about Windows is that it's not case sensitive. So even if you see that some directory names are capitalized or not capitalized, it doesn't matter. Just type them in all lowercase and it's fine. We see that the console host history file is here. So what we're going to do is we're going to type it out. Console host history.txt. So there's only one command here. So this is set local user, name administrator, password, converts it to secure string, super administrator 123, as plain text, force. So we basically see the command that was used to change the administrator user's password and what the password was changed to. So what we can do is we can try to figure out if we can log into the system as the administrator. So we're going to go back to netexec. Oh, this is netexec. All right, let's exit from here. And let's use netexec and see if the, how do you spell that? Administrator. If the administrator user is indeed using this as their password. Okay, so this came back positive. So we've got the administrator with this password over here, and they have access to the WinRM service. So because we have terminal access as the administrator user, we've basically finished this exercise because the administrator user has full permissions over everything on the box. So what we need to do next is we need to use evil WinRM. To log into the system. Okay, so we are now the administrator user with WinRM, and we are the administrator. And if we take a look at what groups we're part of, we're part of the administrators group, which means we have full access to the file system. So all we need to do now is we need to go over to the administrator directory and read the flag, the root.txt file, which is how we prove that we finished the exercise. So let's go into administrator. We don't have file autocomplete. So it's usually going to be in this desktop directory, and we see that the root.txt file is here. When we read the file and we submit it over to VulNyx. Actually, we don't have... The interesting thing about VulNyx, the VulNyx website, is that there's no place to submit any flags. But I guess this is just so you know that you finished the challenge. How you do that is you read the root.txt file. We're not actually going to read the root.txt file because the organizers over at the VulNyx website, they don't want people to reveal the flag contents on walkthroughs and YouTube videos. So what we're going to do is we're just going to read the file, but redirect the output into a file called iRead.root.txt. We see here that the file size of both of these files are the same, and we were able to access the root.txt file, which means we've effectively finished the challenge. Okay everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the admin challenge over at VulNyx.com. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Okay, we're not going anywhere, but I just need to record my YouTube intros and outros for each one of these walkthroughs, so that I can turn these into YouTube videos later. But anyways, if you have any questions about any of the commands that we used during the challenge, please let us know, and we'll try to answer the questions as soon as possible. Hat Knight says, HackerFrogs Unite, that's what the music is like. Yeah, XCOM, this is the XCOM 2 soundtrack, and it's pretty dramatic music. Dex 2 times 2. What site were you using? Do you have a link? Yeah, we do have a link. So if you want to access this challenge over here, go ahead and navigate to this link over here. But otherwise, what we're going to do, and Hat Knight, nice to see you here. Nice to see more hat people. I am the Shy Hat, and you are Hat Knight. Let's give everybody a fun redeem. How about this blast from the past? It is War Games.
We're in!
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so that was one of the earliest hacker movies. It was all about somebody breaking into what was the name of the organization? But anyways, it's breaking into the branch of the government that controls the nuclear missiles, and trying to avert some sort of nuclear crisis with an AI. It was actually very, very ahead of its time. All right, so the last portion of today's stream. Before we do that, let me reset all the terminals here. Username 5893. You won't be able to redeem the War Games redeem right now because there's like a 5-minute cooldown period. But if you want to redeem any one of our other redeems, actually, commands. No. We can list. You can get a list of all the commands over here. Okay. But anyways, if you wanted to redeem something else, we've got all sorts of other fun little video redeems, like this one.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom.
Sometimes the firewalls have more sorry. Sometimes the devil has more firewalls than the devil. Anyways, sometimes the bedroom has more firewalls than the servers. But let's move on to our last part of today's live stream. So the last part of today's live stream is we're gonna do a hacking gauntlet. We're gonna try to figure out if we can solve as many. We're gonna try to solve as many challenges as we can over at this website called dockerlabs.es. Where is it? Here. So this is a Spanish language website where you can download vulnerable Docker containers and you can deploy them to your machine and then start hacking against them. But it's a very convenient way to do hacking challenges. You can start up the containers, you can hack against them, and then you can deactivate the containers after you're done. But if you want to join in with us, what you can do is if you have a security version of Linux, so for example Kali Linux with Docker installed, you can use these containers. Ronan says, just managed to run the admin on my VMware. Oh, admin as in the challenge? The VulNyx challenge over here? Don't worry. There's a schedule of all of the different machines that we're going to be covering over the Reddit site. So we got Reddit HackerFrogs over here. And this week we're going to be doing 3 different machines from VulNyx. Actually, yeah. So the next challenge we're going to be doing is the hosting challenge. Oh, this says hackmyvm.eu. That's not right. Yeah, I'm not logged in here. But the next challenge we're going to be doing is VulNyx hosting. So if you wanted to give this one a try, let me get the link for a download for that one. This one is the one that we're going to be doing on Wednesday. And on Friday we're going to be doing the War Challenge, which is also on VulNyx. Okay, so where do we leave off? So these easy challenges sometimes they're not really that easy, but we're gonna try this one over here first. We've already done these 3 challenges here, Psycho and Pequenas something, and Where's My Web Shell. We're gonna try this challenge next. It's called Node Climb, and if you're looking for the link for this, let me go ahead and grab the link. You just want to download this to your Kali box or your other security box. You just have to make sure that you have Docker installed in the system. Theoretically, this works on any version of Linux that has Docker installed. Kali Linux is probably going to be your go-to though. Okay, let's go ahead and start up the container. It's been downloaded to my downloads folder. Let's get rid of some of these other challenges here. So this challenge was called, was this node climb .zip? Okay, so let's unzip that file. And then let's make the auto deploy script executable. So each one of these challenges is going to come with this auto deploy.sh script. When you run this file, it's going to delete all the information on your virtual machine, and then it's going to infect you with the virus. No, that's not what it does. Well, hopefully that's not what it does. But if you take a look at the script, it basically deploys the Docker container over here. So it's very important to know what is happening with the with whatever scripts you're running on the system, especially if you're running it with the root privileges. If for some reason you've got some sort of script and they ask you to run it as sudo or as root, you have to be very, very careful and make sure that there's nothing malicious in that script. But anyways, I'm okay running the script, so I'm just gonna run the program, and I need to supply the name of the challenge. So it's nodeclimb.tar. We're gonna deploy the vulnerable Docker container. So this is a Spanish website that we're downloading it from. So we're gonna encounter a lot of Spanish while we're trying to solve the challenge. If you speak Spanish, let us know in the chat, and because we might need you to translate on the fly. So estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable. Espere un momento. I do not speak Spanish, but let me know how my accent is. Máquina desplegada. Oh, I don't speak Spanish. Okay, so we've got the Docker container deployed, and we can access it from this IP address right here. So we're just going to copy the IP address. We're going to access it on the web. So when we access it on the web, this is for the Docker network over here. Okay, well, we're immediately confronted with some Spanish. Oh, wait, I need to... Firefox can't establish a connection to the server. Huh. It should be... Maybe there's no web page. It could be there's no web page associated with this challenge. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do an nmap scan. So as usual, we're just going to go over to nmap. We're going to scan all the ports. Okay. So it looks like there's no web port. There's no web port associated with this machine. So the only two ports that are open on this machine are port 21 with FTP. It says anonymous login is allowed for this FTP service, which is really good for us because that means we can take a look inside the file system. And then we've got SSH, which is basically remote login. So since there's only FTP running on the box aside from SSH, we're going to try to access the FTP service. So we just use the FTP command. It's going to ask us for our username. We can log in anonymously with the anonymous username. And then we don't need to supply a password. Okay, so now we're logged into FTP. We can take a look at what's in the file system. What? Why is this? It looks like this file is blank. Secret. This is this a Spanish word? Let me we might be doing a lot of Google Translate. So let's Google Translate from Spanish to English. Secretly bitten. Secretly bitten. Secret. I have no idea. Okay, but anyways, there's a zip file over here, so we might as well download the zip file. So we're just gonna get this file. Oh, you know, it's weird. It's weird because it says it's 0 bytes inside the FTP, but when we download it, it says it's 242 bytes. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna try to break out of the directory. This is just something we like to do, because sometimes we can break out of the FTP directory by doing cd ... It's very, very rare, of course. anyways, let's get out of here. And let's take a look at this zip file. So it's secret. I can't pronounce this word. But let's try unzipping this file. Okay, it's password protected. So if a zip file is password protected, we could potentially try to brute force the password. And this is how we're going to do it. So there's password.txt, it's protected. We're going to run. Okay, so this is what we need to do. There's a hash. There's a password hash inside of the zip file. We're going to extract the zip file hash, and then we're going to crack that hash. So the first thing we need to do to crack that hash is to extract the zip file from this one right over here. We're going to run a little utility called zip2john, which is going to extract the hash and put it into a format that the John the Ripper hash cracking program likes. So we're just going to run zip2john on this file over here. We're going to redirect the output into a file called zip.hash. Okay, so if we read zip.hash, this is the password hash associated with the zip file right over here. Actually, I think this might be the zip file, the hash. This is the hash. Okay, so the next step is to crack the hash, and we can crack the hash with the John the Ripper program. So we're just going to run John the Ripper on zip.hash, which we just created, and we're going to supply a word list to compare against. The word list is going to be user share word lists rocku.txt, and the rocku.txt word list is a list of 14 million common passwords, and we're going to try to figure out if the hash is going to. We're going to see if the hash corresponds with any one of these passwords. But anyways, let's run John the Ripper, and we managed to. It was password 1. Password 1. Okay. All right. So this is the password for the zip file. We managed to crack it, so we can unzip the file now. So unzip this thing. We know the password is password 1. So we got this file over here called password.txt. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. So it looks like a password for this Mario user. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so first of all, I'm going to run ads on YouTube as well, just so that everybody's synced up and that the ads don't run at an unexpected time on YouTube. And second of all, we're going to run some bird feeder footage so that we can come back to our task after the ad break is over. This also gives me a good opportunity to have a little drink. Just a second, everybody. Okay, so if anybody's wondering what kind of bird this is yeah. So this is a varied thrush. So I'm pretty familiar with most of the birds in my area, and I've got this little bird feeder. I feed them every day. I've got this camera pointed at it so that I can watch the birds come and have some food. It makes me happy to see the little birds eating up. Anyways, let's put the birds away and let's continue. So we just captured this set of credentials right here. So it's Mario and then this password right here. I I can't type this this character on my keyboard, so the only way I can represent this character in some sort of password is by copying it. So let's go ahead and log in as the Mario user. So SSH Mario at this IP address. Okay, I think we might have a problem over here. Oh, 17. Okay, so this is not the same IP address. Hold on. I used the wrong IP address. Okay. So the other problem with these Docker challenges is because they are all using the same IP address. They're all using like 172.17.02 or 172.18. Is that it messes up SSH, and we can't have the same. We can't have the same hosts with the same IP address over here, so we need to flush out this IP address from our SSH list before we can use the same IP address again. So we're just going to run the SSH keygen command to flush out this IP address before we can try again. Okay, so after we've done that, we can paste in the password. Awesome, we're in. Who am I? Who am I? We're Mario. Okay, let me call in Scary Hacker Voice Man again.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. We're back, and we managed to break in. So, Mr. What is the name of this challenge again? I don't even remember. It's, Anyways, we logged into FTP, and then we downloaded a zip file, and the zip file was password protected, but we cracked the hash using the John the Ripper program. And we got the password for Mario. Maybe you knew about these security flaws, or maybe you decided it would be acceptable risk. Well, you accepted the risk, and now... now we're in.
Alright, so we're in. We are Mario. Let's do some very quick privilege escalation techniques. To see if we're able to find anything that works. So, Mario is a regular user on the system, but it looks like they should be the administrator level user on the system. Administrator level on a Linux system and administrator level on a Windows system isn't necessarily the same. But let's see if they can run sudo commands. So, this is a common way of determining privilege escalation techniques with the sudo command on a Linux target. So sudo-l, which stands for list, which is going to tell you if a user can use sudo and with what commands they can use the sudo command. So in this case, the user Mario may run these commands. So as root with no password, they can run the user bin node program. So the node binary, and they can run it with this particular script called script.js. So node is a program that is used to run JavaScript code, and in this case, they can only run this particular script, script.js. So the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out what the contents of script.js are. Actually, since we were talking about history files so much, we actually have an exposed history file right here. So we can go ahead and take a look at the contents of that history file. Interesting. So it looks like it doesn't look like we've I think this is where our commands start. Cybernerd Dante says, "Ahoy there, mateys! Ahoy there, Cybernerd Dante! Nice to see you here." And why don't you have a fun video redeem? How about the Nyan Cat? We haven't played that in a while. So Cybernerd Dante, we're just doing some Docker container hacking right now, and we're working with this Node.js file. So what I really want to do is I want to figure out what the contents of the script file are. So the script file is... Wait. The script.js file is... It belongs to us. So it's our file. We can read and write anything we want to it. Let's take a look at the contents of the script as it is right now. There's nothing in the script. So we could potentially get the script file to run any command we want. So here's something we could do. There's a certain website called gtfobins.io, and this is a site that can let you know if you can do privilege escalation with any particular Linux binaries, and we can just look up any of the, especially binaries that we have sudo access with. We can see if there are any privilege escalation vectors with any of those binaries. TG Artist says, "Hello hackers, how's it going? We're just trying to figure out how to get privilege escalation on this on our current target." TG Artist, nice to see you here on YouTube. And let's go ahead and we've got sudo access with the node binary. So let's take a look. So it says here, if the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop the elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So all we need to do is we need to put this code into the JavaScript code. I think all we need to do is put this into the script file. So we're just going to edit script.js. So before we run this, let's take a look at what this code does. So to require child process spawn bin sh, it's going to create a shell. So it's going to create a bin sh shell, and the standard input output 0 standard input, 1 standard output. Wait, 0 standard input, 1 standard output, and 2 standard error are all going to be represented in this shell. And so basically it starts up a shell for us, and because we're going to run it with sudo, it's going to start up a root shell for us. So we're just going to save out this script file, and then we're going to run sudo node script.js, and if all goes according to plan, then it's going to start up a root shell for us, a root shell process. So password for Mario. What is the password for Mario? Hold on. Actually, it shouldn't be asking us for the password. Hold on. Sudo, hold on, sudo L, yeah, sudo bin node. We should be able to just run this with sudo and get a root shell. Let's go ahead and try. Okay. So we ran the script, and the script opens up a shell. Because we ran it with sudo, it gives us a root shell. We ask who am I, it says we're root, so we've basically finished this box, which means we can redeem this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
So we managed to become the root user, which means we finished the challenge. So just for fun, we'll just move into the root directory and there's no bash history file here. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we finished this box. We are the root user. Awesome. And we can move on to the next challenge. So let's get out of here. And let's do a little bit of cleanup before we start the next challenge. In Docker Labs, we've completed the challenge. We're going to shut down the container. In the other tabs here, we're going to reset our terminals. Okay, that's all done. And we're going to flush our SSH keys. Okay, so after that we can download the next challenge. Let's do a little more cleanup. We need to get rid of these node climbs. Remove node climb .star, and then get rid of the auto deploy script. Let's download the next challenge. The next challenge is library. Okay, so we're going to download that file. So is anybody playing along with us? Let's download the file. Who here has access to a Kali Linux box? If you have access to a Kali Linux box, please type Kali Linux coolcat in the chat, like this. Whoops. Okay, we've downloaded the library.zip file. Great. Now let's unzip that thing. Why is there a ransom letter in here? Let's get rid of that. Ronan says, Kali Linux coolcat. Thank you very much, Kali. Ronan. Ronan, have you tried any of these Docker challenges yet, or do you prefer to watch? Kali Linux coolcat says Cybernerd Dante. But yeah, you can. It's very easy to download and deploy these Docker containers. Okay, so let's go ahead and make the auto deploy script executable, and then let's execute the auto deploy script to start up the container. So this challenge is called library. So let's go ahead and deploy that container. Cybernerd Dante, you speak Spanish, right? I remember you said that you spoke a little bit of Spanish at one point. Estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable. Espere un momento. Okay, so the machine is up now. It's at 127.17.02. We're gonna scan that with Nmap. We're gonna find that there's port 22 and port 80 open. Cybernerd Dante says, barely any Spanish. I think you know more than me. My ex was Peruvian. Oh, okay. VulNyx says, we're deploying the vulnerable machine. Please wait a moment. Awesome. Oh, VulNyx, you're here. Nice to see you here on Twitch. VulNyx, let's give you a fun video redeem. How about this? Go to hack. Go to hack.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Hope you're having a great day, VulNyx. Okay, so what were we doing? So okay, there are two ports open on this box. There's port 22, which is the remote login, of course, and we've got port 80, which has an Apache web server version 2.4.58. Cybernerd Dante, I actually found another website that you might be interested in. I don't know if I recommended this to you or not before, but it's called bountylabs.com. So this is another Spanish-speaking site, but this focuses on web vulnerabilities. So I think I can translate this. So a platform of vulnerable labs to practice web hacking and prepare to improve your bug bounty skills. I haven't really checked. Oh, they've got Docker containers, so this makes it a lot easier. Let's see if we can take a look at these containers real quick. Oh, they want you to log in, but they've got a bunch of different vulnerabilities that you can test out. So there's XSS, SSRF, SSTI, SQL injection, CSRF, etc., etc. Yeah. Let me get you the. Actually, I guess you just bookmarked it, so you don't need to. Okay, awesome. Let's go ahead and continue with our challenge over here. So we just need to go over to the website, reload the page. Okay, this is an Apache default page. Although this Apache default page looks a little bit different. I don't know. We're gonna let's take a look at the code associated with this page, just to make sure there are no weird comments in here. Okay, so no weird comments. That's fine. What we're going to do next is we're going to do more web enumeration. So we can run derb to figure out if there are any common. Ooh, index.php. So is index.php and index.html are going to be different. Okay. So is this an? Are we looking at a PHP page? Or are we looking at an HTML page? So let's take a look at HTML. Whoops. Index.html. So this is the index.html page, but there's also an index.php page. So if we take a look at index.php, what is this? What is this? Is that somebody's password? Let me copy this. This could be a password, this could be a username, or it could be something completely different. Let's just copy it, and let's save it to our temporary directory. I'm going to call it, let's call this password.txt. Whoops. It's either a password or a username. Usernames aren't going to be random like that though. So it's probably a password. Okay. So what else can we can also take a look and see if there are any other endpoints that we need to pay attention to. In which case we would do something like Nicto. Maybe Nicto's not going to find anything. The other thing that I've learned about challenges like this is that if you see a PHP page, you have to check for some common vulnerabilities like local file inclusion or local file inclusion, or what else could we find on PHP pages? So what we're going to do is we're going to check for local file inclusion like this. Okay, this is not local file inclusion. Maybe what we should do is we should try to do some username brute force. So we can try this password and maybe a common users list to try to figure out if we can brute force our way into the server using this password and a list of common usernames. Okay, so maybe we can do over here, we can run Hydra. Actually, I don't want to run Hydra anymore. I found a new tool for doing SSH brute forcing. It's called ncrack. So ncrack is it's just another tool that we can use for brute forcing on different services. We're gonna give it a particular password. What is the password? Let's call it password.txt. It was this. We're gonna try this password. And we're going to try getting a user list. So where can we find a user list on Kali Linux? So locate users. We've got okay, so 100 million usernames. 10 million usernames, rather. Okay, let's try this this username list. We're going to feed it to ncrack. Okay, let's give it a go. What? I thought this was supposed to be the password. Service name, service with name, that's weird. Huh, it looks like I might have the ncrack. You need capital P. Is it always capital P? Failed to, no, this is a file. That's weird. Let me take a look at the ncrack cheat sheet real quick. Ncrack cheat sheet. Okay, so a list, password list. Oh, we need to do -- pass for a single password. Okay, so we just need to do okay. Try to append null password into pair pool. Quitting. That's is that something to do with the file itself? I need to take a look at this list. It's not writable. No? I don't understand why it's acting like this. U specifies a list of users in the file. Yeah, that should be correct. Why does it give this weird error here? Try to append null password into pair pool. Huh. You know what? Maybe I'll feed this into the AI. Maybe it can identify what the error is here. Okay, AI. We are having problems using ncrack for a CTF challenge. Okay, what does it say? Okay, well, there's an issue with the password argument, how it's being passed to the tool. So... why not Hydra? So I've noticed something about Hydra. Hydra always... There's some problems with Hydra that make me want to try another tool. Because Hydra always does the beginning of the list to the end of the list, and it goes in order. And normally that's okay. And but sometimes when you've got multiple users, it does the first user and then it goes from the beginning of the list to the end of the list before it starts doing the second user. So there's some little problems with Hydra that make me not want to use it so much. Here's the final corrected command. I mean, sure. Let's go ahead and try this and see if it actually makes a difference. Okay, let's yeah, so it's not going to read this thing. Pink Gamer 9. Hello, nice to see you here. It still gives us this error. Let's try. Let's try doing positional arguments over here. Oh, this looks really messy. MaxDevEX says, do you think it maybe tries to interpret the string as a file? Maybe, yeah. Maybe, yeah. So... but it should be... it should interpret it as a password if we do it like this. I don't know why it wouldn't. Let's try this. Okay. So it's ncrack. And then let's try passing the this part here. And then let's try passing these arguments here next. It seems to want a password.txt, that's true. Maybe we'll give it password.txt. Pink Gamer 9 says, why are you using DeepSeek and how are you finding DeepSeek versus ChatGPT versus Gemini? Ads are running right now. Okay, so there are ads running right now, so we'll just stop for a little bit while the ads run. Here are some more birds. I'm gonna take a little. Oh, okay. It's not more birds. It's a squirrel. Just a second. I'm gonna take a little sip of water. Bird comes back. He's gobbling up all the peanuts. MagDevX says the usage of ncrack is ncrack options target specification. Target specification. Okay, it did say failed to open input file. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna run some ads on I need to run an ad on YouTube just so you guys don't get ads randomly later. Okay, so let's put the birds away. So we're gonna give it a password file just because it likes. Failed to open input file password.txt for reading quitting. Oh, you know, here's the problem. I was working inside the wrong directory. everything that I was, okay, I'm working inside the wrong directory. Let's do this again. Okay, here it says, try to append null password into paired pool. Null password? That's really strange. So when it actually reads, okay, we're gonna switch over to Hydra because ncrack is giving me a headache. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the string. Okay, and the user list is over here. Okay, this should work now. Ncrack is on crack. VulNyx says maybe passing password. We tried all of these different arguments, but you know what? We're just gonna try Hydra because it's probably gonna work. There we go. This was a password for Carlos. All right. Let's see. VulNyx says I tried with my own VPS. Were you able to get ncrack to work? But yeah. So we've got the password for the SSH. It's Carlos with this password here. So we can go ahead and try logging in. So SSH Carlos at. Okay, and this is the password. I guess I need to copy this password. Huh, SSH closed, connection closed. Why? Oh, okay. So VulNyx has a comma-separated list is weird. It works with ncrack, SSH, pass, but you're using ncrack 0.7. I think I'm using 0.72. Ncrack version. Yeah, 0.7. Let's go ahead and try this with VulNyx's arguments. Okay, so the password is going to be this. And the address is this. And the list is here. Distorted says, "Yo, what? I thought you ended stream." Oh, no. You must have caught me when I was doing my YouTube outro. So sorry. I do when I do my walkthrough videos, I have to do a YouTube outro where I say like and subscribe and HackerFrogs out. But yeah, for some reason it says try to append null password into pair pool quitting. I wonder if this is a known error inside of for ncrack. But anyways, I might investigate this later, but I don't know why it would be like that. Anyways, let's log into SSH's Carlos. Okay, what is Carlos's password? It's this. Let's see. It says, oh, it's a known error. Okay, okay. Thank you very much, VulNyx. Thank you for your help. Okay, so we're in. We're in. Who am I? We're Carlos. Okay. Just a second, everybody.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up and get it!
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Guy. Wow, I've appeared a lot today, but anyways, we were able to brute force the usernames on the system once we found the password on the web server. But maybe you thought this was safe, but you underestimated us. Blah blah blah. Ha 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 ha. We're in. Okay, let's figure out the privilege escalation vector on the target. So first of all, we need to see if we're part of any special groups. ID lets us do this, so we're not part of any special groups. We need to figure out if we have pseudo permissions on the target. We do! This looks suspiciously similar. Oh, Hacker Voice is still on.
Okay, thank you very much, MagDevEX. Let me know. Okay, so if we can run Python, so Python is classic. If we can run Python with sudo, then we can get privilege escalation pretty easily. But there's one small wrinkle in the fact that we can only run the script.py file with Python 3. So what we need to do is we need to figure out what permissions we have with that particular script file. So we can... we own this file again. So if we own the file, we can put anything we want inside this file. This is another easy easy privilege escalation. So if we can edit this file. Oh, this is not writable. Okay. Oh, okay. So another thing that we could potentially use to elevate our privileges is we can hijack the libraries. So shu-til is a library that's being imported by this script, and if we were to put a malicious version of shu-til in the script's directory, then we could have Python run that code instead. So how does this work? We're going to move into, actually, we're going to take a look at the file permissions for the op directory. So Carlos owns this directory. This is the owner, and this is the group, right? So root is the group that owns the directory. Carlos is the user that owns the directory. Let's do a little experiment to see if we can write anything in the op directory. We should be able to. So we could do echo can write to this directory into test.txt. Yeah, okay. So this is privilege escalation by library hijacking. That's correct. The name of this challenge is also called library. This challenge is called library, so that's probably the way to go. So what we can do is we can create... We take a look at script.py. It imports this library, or this module, when it runs. So we're just gonna have it... we're just gonna create our own shutil.py file. So inside of here, we're going to have some Python code. So it's going to be, what was it? Import pty.spawn bin bash. So we're going to spawn a bash terminal in here, and because when this runs, it's going to spawn a root terminal because it's going to be running as sudo. So all we need to do is save this out, and then we need to run the script. When it tries to import this file over here, it's going to run the code inside of the malicious version, which is this. Import the sudo terminal and then spawn the bash shell. Okay, so sudo l. This is the command. So we're going to run this script with sudo with Python. It's going to try to import the library, but the library has malicious code in it, and it's going to open up a root terminal. So who are we? We're root. So this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
So Ronan asked, how would we mitigate this? How would we mitigate this? So the way we would mitigate this is we have to make the op directory not writable. So if the op directory here was not writable, we would not be able to insert our malicious version of the shutil file, and this exploit wouldn't work. So this is all about file permissions. Because Carlos has write file permissions in this op directory, that enables the exploitation. So we would just make the op directory. We would make the op directory completely closed off to anybody who isn't root. Okay, so let's finish this out. We just need to go into the root directory, and this proves that we have root access. Great. That exercise is done. Let me do a little bit of cleanup, and then we can move on to the next exercise. So we've already bashed out 2. Maybe we can do a few more. Maybe we might be able to do 2 or 3 more challenges. So we just finished the library challenge. The next one is the console log challenge. Let me download that. And while this is downloading, I'm gonna do a little bit of cleanup. So I'm gonna go to my terminals and clean them up. And we're gonna shut down the machine. Ryan says you're on fire today. Well, you have good days and you have bad days. So maybe this is a better day than most. These are easy challenges, so they should be pretty easy to do. Then again, sometimes I'm not able to do the easy challenges, and those days I feel bad. Let's get rid of the auto deploy script, and let's unzip the console log file. Okay, so make the auto deploy script executable. Run the auto deploy script. Okay, so let's continue. Oh, what we need to do is we need to flush. We need to flush the address from our SSH logs. Then we can keep on reusing it. Okay, so let's run nmap against the Docker container to see what ports are open. Okay. Oh, this is unusual. We got port 80, but we also have port 5000 and 3000. Those are, I think, port 5000 is usually associated with Python web servers. Okay, so port 80 is running mi sitio. I think this means my site or my website. Port 3000 is running Node.js. Okay, so this is a Node.js web server. And port 5000 is running... I'm not too sure. This is... Oh, port 5000 is running SSH. So they've got a non-standard port for SSH. Alright. Okay. So we can go ahead and do some web enumeration. We've got port 80, and we've got port 5000, or 3000 rather. So let's do our simple enumeration over here. Oh, we've got a backend directory. Okay. So we've got this backend directory over here. We can check it out. Node modules. Okay. Node modules server.js. Interesting. Okay, let's I think the other thing we need to do is we need to check out the Node.js server. So let's run the same thing but on port 3000. Okay, let's check out port 3000 over here. Oh, okay. So this looks like some sort of API. Let's use curl. Evil Genius 007. Hello. Hey. They say, hey everybody, I've been interested in learning about digital forensics, but I have a long way to go before I can even delve into it at the moment. Nice to see you here, Evil Genius 007. Nice to see you here, and why don't we give you a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we got this website on port 3000. Let's take a look at it. VulNyx says server.js is sus. Yeah, we'll be checking that out in just a little bit. Evil Genius says, great to see your stream going. Nice to see you here, Evil Genius. Nice to see you. Okay, so cannot get. This is a Node.js. So there are certain techniques we can use to hack against Node.js. I should probably try to figure out what else is on the server first. So we can do, what is it? GoBuster. We'll run GoBuster on the target. On port 3000. We're going to look for JS files. We're going to look for PHP, HTML. What other files? Zip files, back files. Oh, we need to include the HTTP. Redeem star. I don't think it works that way. Distorted. Let me take. Let's see. Where's the list? Here's the list. If you wanted to redeem stuff, there you go. VulNyx. Interesting. Redeem with the SQL injection. Thank you for that. So okay, let's go ahead and try looking at the back end. Where was it? We're looking at server.js. Let's take a look at this this file. What? Okay. token equals token send. What is this? The password, the backup. Console.log backend listening at console. Huh. What is this code doing? What is this code doing? Alright, let's ask. It's the authentication handling. Okay, so the port is 3000. It's going to use express.json, right? Token equals request body token. If token is equal to token traviesito, send the response, the password, the backup. How do you... What is this word? Back search for the variable token traviesto. So that lets you access \recurso. Recurso? Let's plug this into the Spanish translator. I'm guessing I have no idea. But is that a password? It's not Spanish. Chingona is a word used in Mexico. It's like the most badass password. The most badass password. Hold on. Where was I? Here? No. Not here. I've got too many tabs open. Oh, you mean this? Chingona is a word used in Mexico. It's like the best. Try to access the URI. The URI console.log.lab port. Here? I don't think we can access this from our current. I don't think so. But I think what we need to do is we need to recurso. Recurso? Oh, okay. There's a recurso endpoint on the target, right? Let's okay, so it's 172.17.02 on port 3000, and the endpoint is recurso. Can't get recurso, so we need to post to this. Hold on. Let's get down here. Curl. And we need to post to it, right? So it's X for post, D for data. We need to post something. So the password is going to be if token traviesto token traviesito. So do we send this as post data? That's not it. MagDevX says, "Have a great night." Oh, you're going? Okay. MagDevX, thank you very much for coming by and chatting in the stream. Have a hack the planet to see you off.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get
Okay, so let's see. Maybe that password works in SSH. I'm not sure. But I kind of want to get this working. But how do we get this working? So we need to send a token, right? Maybe. So this was this a post request? No. Token equals. So bad host name. Bad host name. This should be header. Hold on. Let's ask the AI to send a curl post request where the data is equal to test. What is the syntax? Okay, let's see if we can. Okay. So oh, we need to specify post. All right. So xpost data did this work? Okay, post. It says unauthorized. Huh. The server might be requesting specific headers for... Okay, let's try what VulNyx suggests over here. So token equals. Still gives us unauthorized. Let's try putting it in the header instead. Or wait, let's set it as a cookie. B is for cookie, right? No, wait, did we put it? Yeah. We did set this as a cookie. May still be a malformed request. So the request is going through. It's just giving us the unauthorized over here. The last thing we can do is we can just give this as a random header. Or maybe it's JSON. Okay. So it's probably, yeah, this is an API endpoint, so it's probably going to be... So let's try this. So we'll put this in the single quotes. And it's going to be token... this thing. This is still coming back unauthorized. Okay, so Deathwish says bearer access token. Example.com. What was the code? Yeah, let's take a look back at the code. Does anybody here do JavaScript? I'm not very good at JavaScript. So the port is going to be 3000. Where does it reference the port? Port over here. Backend listening on HTTP console log lab. Port. Wait. Maybe this. Okay. This is a domain. So well, first of all, maybe we should change our we should switch up our etc host file to include this endpoint, this domain. Hold on, let me do that. The URI, correct? Right. So sudo nano etc hosts. Oops, that's not the password. Have you already added that token to my storage? I don't think I have. So this is for a previous one. 172.17.02 console log.lab. Okay. So let's try. Where were we? Here. Console log.lab. Still unauthorized. Okay. So posts, we have to send a post request to Recurso. The token is going to be the request body token. Token equals token traviesito. Response, send. The password is this. Otherwise, send unauthorized. So we've been getting this for a when unauthorized. So we need to. This should be the post data, right? Distorted looks like you have something to say. VulNyx says that code just seems to send a password. So backend listening app.listen port 000. So there's going to be do the post request and place the la password in the data. Do the post request and place the la password in the data. Really? Okay, so the data is going to be... The data is going to be this? Okay. You know what? The token may be a cookie. What I'm going to do, or an auth header. Okay, I'm going to try feeding this to the AI. Maybe the AI can tell us exactly what we need to do. Okay. This is code from a CTF challenge. What should we do to access the page? Okay, let's see if DeepThink is going to interpret this properly. Can you add the token as a cookie and access the endpoint in the browser? So, MB Neil BN says, hello fellow hackers. Hello, MBNeilBN. Why don't you have a Hack the Planet? Well, actually, wait. We've got other redeems as well. How about, all the things?
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so it seems let's take a look. So the code is express.js server that listens for post requests at the recurso endpoint. To access the page and retrieve the secret, you need to send a post request with the correct token in the request body. Okay, so understand the server listens on port 3000 at the recurso path, okay? It expects a post request with a JSON body containing a token field. Okay, great. Evil Genius 007 says hello there. Evil Genius 007, are you watching live with us, or are you watching the digital forensics part? Please let us know. Okay, send a valid post request. Checks if the token in the request is equal to token traviesito. If the token is correct, it responds with the secret. If the token is incorrect, it responds with the 401 unauthorized. So you can use curl to send the post request with the correct token. Here's the command. So we need to send content type application JSON. So was it this? Did we not send the correct content type, and that's why it didn't let us in? I think we've done something that looks very much like this. Let's go ahead and try it out. Okay. Okay, so that works. But if we take out the header that explicitly states the content type, it says unauthorized. Distorted says backside very puzzle piece hack. Yeah, no. I mean, this is important. We have to understand how the application works. So if we specify that we're sending JSON data before we send the JSON data, then it's going to work. Okay. So this is the password, right? The password de backup. The password of the backup is mas chingona de todas. No idea what this means. Okay, so what does this do? A tool like Postman, okay. Debugging tips. This doesn't tell us. Console log backend listening at HTTP console lab port. Backend started listening. Okay. So let's go ahead and go to port 3000. Cannot get. Let's see. Distorted says I've been just watching. Okay. So in the code, whoops. App listen port 000, console log backend listening at console lab port. Oh wait. Console lab. HTTP console lab .lab console log .lab port. Okay. Pinnock Gamer 9 says I am over here just trying to install Athena OS on my VMware workstation for the past 2 hours. Wow. What is Athena OS? I don't think I've heard of that before. Hold on. Open source, Arch-based, and Nix-based distribution. Oh, okay. Oh, it's another type of security Linux distribution. Okay. Endeavor is pretty nice. Let's switch up the music. If anybody has some old game soundtrack that they want to request, let us know in the chat. Anything that's like chiptune. I like chiptune stuff. I like old video game music. So if you've got a video game soundtrack that you really like, let us know, and maybe we can play it for background music. But what are we doing over here? So this part over here is going to be backend listening at this part right here. So how do we interact with... Okay, I guess we could... What can we do? Okay, what about this part of the code? Peanut Gamer says it's security Linux, but it's supposed to be a lot lighter than Kali Linux. Kali has become a little too big and heavy. Athena OS is supposed to install tools based on your role you select, but I don't think it's quite working yet. Okay. Yeah, no, I think anytime you can get your security distribution of Linux to be a little bit more lightweight is probably a good thing. Server is busy. Try again later. Why don't we regenerate then? Distorted says standard Arch minimal is the best. I think I don't think I've graduated to that point yet. Huh. I guess DeepSeek is a bit slow. Maybe we'll try ChatGPT. True, if I can ever get Arch to install properly. Okay, this is part of code for a CTF challenge. After successfully accessing the post endpoint, what is up with the listening port? How can we...
Hide the planet!
Okay.
Hide the planet!
Shut up again!
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet Distorted. Thank you. Okay, what's up with the listening port? The application is running Express on port 3000. It's bound to 000, meaning it's listening on all available network interfaces, making it accessible from the outside the local machine. Console.log suggests that the expected hostname is console.log.lab, which may be an internal DNS alias. How can we exploit it? So, since we can already access the post endpoint and provide the correct token, we obtain the string this. So we could reuse the password. This might be a backup password for another part of the CTF challenge. Enumerating the host. Try resolving the host using NSLOOKUP. Okay. Well, okay, let's try... This all seems very, Are we just doing more SSH brute forcing? That might be the case. So in that case, we would be doing what? Let's do Hydra. This is basically the same thing we did before, but with this password instead. Oh, no. We have to supply a port number. How do we supply a port number with Hydra? Is it -- port? Because the SSH port is on port 5000. Okay, that's not a valid option. Hold on. No, we want to go here. We want to do Hydra. Cheat sheet. Hydra S. Okay. Thank you very much, Cybernerd Dante. So we don't know what the username is. At least I don't think we know what the username is. Let me check out the code one more time. So nothing here indicates any username. I wonder if this is not a password, but like some sort of endpoint. Okay. There's nowhere else where we can log in, right? Wait. Wait, why didn't I see this before? Welcome to my site, and there's a button for what? In fase beta? What was it? In fase beta. In beta phase, okay. Darn, I thought you were SSHing. Bubblegum says, how long you want me to wait? Are we waiting? Bubblegum? Let's see, the API is on port 3000 and the web app is on port 80. Yeah. So the button is in beta. That's weird. Ayanashi, hello, nice to see you here. Why don't you have a Nyan cat? There you go. Okay, so we've got the site. Let's take a look at the. There's nothing. Authentication. Script equals authentication.js. I guess we can read the script.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Bubblegum says, yeah, I am out. I can't handle this much noise. Bubblegum, I'm sorry that you find it really noisy over here. But yeah. See you next time. Okay, so what do we need to do? Ayanashi says, what did I miss? Rating anyone? Rating anyone? Rating. Not sure. Hello! Nice to see you there. Ayanashi asked, what did I miss? We did a bunch of, we've done a bunch of Docker challenges so far. Previously we did some digital forensics, and now we're trying to figure out how this web app works. So the button doesn't seem to do anything. But there's this script over here, authentication.js, that we can take a look. What does it say? Ayanashi says, which vulnerabilities did you use in the last challenge? Which vulnerabilities did we use in the last challenge? For debugging options, the token for resource, token traviesto. For debugging options, the token for resource. So wait. Does this mean that we should go to the recurso? This doesn't exist. Recurso. Proxy error cannot handle the request. DNS failed for console.log.lab. That's weird. Ian actually says, I mean, was difficult. You use potato again or something different? So the Windows challenge that we did today was not super difficult. The takeaway from the Windows challenge today was this. So there's a PowerShell command history for every user on a Windows machine, and it's going to be in the user's app data roaming Microsoft Windows PowerShell readline, etc. So the file itself is called consolehistory.txt, and this contains the PowerShell command history for each user. And Ronan says it's not port 3000. No, they've got two different ports. They've got two different web ports on this challenge. So the first web port is port 80, and the second web port is port 3000. Hold on. Backend listening at this port. Let me try scanning with Nmap one more time. I don't think I'm going to find anything different. Yeah, it's all the same. It's all the same ports. And oh, we got it. Okay, we managed to find the username. So we got the password from the web app, and we were able to brute force a username. Distorted says, what's the objective for the CTF? The objective is basically to become the root user. And we got the password from the application, and it turns out that what we needed to do was brute force the username. So we can just log in now. So let's do that. Okay, let's log in from here. What was it? Console log.lab. Oh, we need to specify a port. Port 5000. Okay. Paste in the password. We're in.
Hey everybody, it's Scary Hacker Voice Guy again. This is like the fourth or fifth time I've come out today. Anyways, you decided that it would be okay to leave your code lying around in a JavaScript file, huh? Well, we managed to reverse engineer it, and then we were able to get the password. Using that password, we brute forced a user by using a big list of users, and now we've logged in using SSH. We're in.
Okay, Distorted says, wait, can you show the password discovered, please? The discovered password was this right here. La password de backup más chingona de todas. I do not know where the I don't know where the line breaks are here. Hold on. Ronan says, thanks for the stream, need to go, good night. Hydra standard out? Yeah. So, Hydra is over here. We did user brute forcing. So we knew that this was the password, and we used a list of usernames over here, and we were able to determine that the username was Lovely after doing the brute force over here. I'm gonna try to figure out what the coolest backup password ever. That's pretty... Okay.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
La password de backup más chingona de todas. Okay. Alright. Awesome. Alright, we've got more ads coming up on Twitch in just a minute or so. Of course, during the break, during the ad break, we're not going to proceed, but we will take a little hydration break. Okay, so let's go. VulNyx asks, have you tried orange size CTF challenges? No, I know Orange Sai is a YouTube creator who does cybersecurity stuff. Let's look up. Actually, I think I know Orange Sai more from his from their Twitter stuff. Oh, okay. Looks like they make a lot of Chinese language videos. Okay. But no, I've never done these challenges before. Oh, and VulNyx has a link. Okay. Let's take a look on GitHub. Okay. My CTF web challenges, repositories of all the CTF challenges I made, including source code, write-up, and ID explanation. Huh. Well, we could potentially go through these. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, VulNyx. Maybe we might go through these as part of some stream content one of these days. Let me save the link. And thank you. Okay, so we've got ads running on Twitch right now. Let's put on the some new music, because this XCOM music has been going on for a long time. Let's switch over to our FTL soundtrack. Okay, and I'm gonna play an ad break for YouTube, just so we don't get ad breaks later. Here you go. And let's play some birds. All right, time for some water. Just a second. All right, everybody, we're back. Okay, so let's continue with the challenge. So we just managed to log in as the lovely user on this particular box. We need to figure out if we have sudo permissions on the system. So sudo L, and we do. This should be pretty easy. It looks like we got sudo permissions with the nano binary, and nano is a text editor. And text editors usually have some way of running system commands. We're just going to go and look this up over at GTFO bins. It should be a pretty easy privilege escalation. So we've got sudo access, If the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop related privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privilege access. So what we need to do is we need to do sudo nano, and then do Control R, Control X, and then reset, and then run the sh command. Let me copy this down. Did you hear that? That was my stomach rumbling. Anyways, sudo nano, great. Okay, let's do that. Where were we? Sudo nano. And then we do Control R, Control X, I think it was. Control R, Control X. Command to execute. Okay, now we can execute a command. We need to do reset and then run a shell. Tip of the day, remember to drink and eat. Your health is important. Yes, your health sure is important. Okay, so we're going to execute a command. We're going to paste in the command reset and then start a shell. Executing. If we ask who am I, it says we are root. So now we do this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
So this was a pretty fun challenge. We had to do a little bit of reverse engineering some JavaScript code, but we got there in the end. All right, so let's move into the root directory and take a look. So we have access to the root directory now, so we've finished the challenge. Let's get out of here, and then we can. Ooh. Nope. Let's. That was very interesting. Let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is console log. After that is vendetta. So does vendetta mean the same thing in Spanish as it does in English? It's probably a Spanish word. Let's download the file. And while that's downloading, let's do some cleanup. So we need to get rid of this stuff here. We need to get rid of this stuff here. We need to start resetting our terminals. GoBuster, the stuff we didn't use. And actually, thank you very much for redeeming all the things, which is a great nerdcore hacker anthem rap. If you want to check it out, then you can. Let me grab the link. It is a great song. Yeah, meow, meow. Let's dual core. Okay, I'm going to drop the link in the chat. If you wanted to check this out on your own, please go ahead. I cannot listen to it on YouTube because they're going to do something very bad to my YouTube channel if I do. So, unzip vendetta, that's the name of the challenge. So I think this might be the last challenge of the night, unless it's really, really quick, because we've got about half an hour before I have to get off. Let's make this thing. Let's see, executable, then run vendetta.tar. Evil Genius says bad YouTube might need a spanking. YouTube is trying to make sure that people are not using copyrighted material that they don't own. So let's have a little bit of sympathy for YouTube, even though some of their rules are a bit weird. Okay. Let's go ahead and actually, before we do this, I need to flush nmap. Sorry, SSH. Okay, great. Let's run nmap. Okay, we've got, it looks like there's MySQL running. CyberApple says hi, and CyberApple says good night. CyberApple, do you mean good evening, or do you mean good night? But welcome CyberApple. CyberApple has shown up a number of times. It's a great chatter from Kick. Okay, so what do we got here? So we got port 22, which is running SSH as per usual. We got port 80, which is running Apache. So we need to check out the V4 Vendetta. Great. And we've got MySQL running on port 3306. Okay, so what should we do? We need to check out the what? Author plugin name MySQL native password. I might come back to this a little bit later, but let's check out the web enumeration. So we need to figure out what's happening on this port. We only find index.html. We can also run nicto. Okay, let's check out this the landing page for the web server. This is just a default page. So there's nothing super interesting here so far. But maybe what we should do is we should run some GoBuster. I haven't had to run GoBuster in a little while, huh? Okay, so 172.117.02. And let's search for PHP, HTML, TXT, zip. Not sure what else we might be looking for. Let's just start with this. I don't think... So because there's there are very few ports open on the system, if we can't find anything on the web port, then the only thing we can do is we can start doing some enumeration of the MySQL port here. MySQL native password. Is this MySQL native password? Is that a script from Nmap? Let me check it out. Let's just do a little Google search. Here. MariaDB says authentication plugin MySQL native password. The MySQL native password authentication plugin is a default authentication plugin that will be used for an account created with no authentication. What? MySQL empty password script. Okay, so is there no password for logging into MySQL in this case? No authentication is explicitly mentioned in old password 0 is set. It uses the password hashing algorithm introduced in MySQL 4.1, which is also used by the password function when old password 0 is set. The hashing algorithm is based on SHA-1. It is not recommended to use this authentication plugin for new installations that require high password security. So does that mean we can just log in as like root or something? Let's try that out. Let's try it out. So let's try over here. MySQL. Oh gosh, what is the? I keep on forgetting what the correct syntax is. So MySQL terminal command cheat sheet. So first of all, I want to learn about remote login. But what about remote login? H or something. Okay, okay. Let's MySQL. Hold on. Let's see. MySQL H is remote server IP or okay. Thank you very much, VulNyx. MySQL U root P blank H remote server IP or name, so that would be 172.17.02. Port is 3306. Warning option: SSL verify server cert is disabled because of an insecure passwordless login. Access denied for user root. Wait, what? Why does it say 0? Hold on. What went wrong here? Maybe root works. Maybe. Whoops. Error. SSL is required, but the server does not support it. So this other... Hold on. So Nmap over here said MySQL native password. Salt is this. I think there was an article on HackTricks about this. I wanna check it out. So HackTricks, the book. HackTricks is a pretty great site for learning about all sorts of different technologies to hack against. Okay, so what was it? Extracting MySQL credentials from files. You can use these credentials to log into the MySQL database. You can extract them by doing this. MySQL native password. That's... what is this? Oh, okay. This is the contents of this file. HackTricks automatic commands. Let's see, MySQL users. MySQL arbitrary read file by client. Permissions enumeration. MySQL commands write binary data. External enumeration. Okay, so we were trying to log in. But it says that SSL verify cert is disabled. So does this mean we have to we just need to supply some sort of extra argument here? Okay. How do we resolve this error? Deep think about it. MySQL server is rejecting the connection for root. Typically, one of the following reasons: incorrect password. Okay. Authentication plugin uses a different authentication plugin that doesn't accept password-based login. User privileges. The user root is not allowed to. How to resolve the error? Check the authentication plugin. Grant access to the user. Connect with the correct password. Insecure passwordless login. Okay, okay. What about this one? Okay, so the MS SQL client is configured to require an SSL connection, but the MySQL server does not support SSL or is not configured to use it. This can happen if the server does not have SSL enabled, or the client is misconfigured. So check if SSL is enabled on the MySQL server. Disable SSL requirements on the client. Okay, so we could try just adding this. Okay, let's give it a try. Oh. Unknown variable SSL mode equals disabled. MySQL help. So SSL, how do we disable this? Variables. Variable name equals value. This is for our current SSL SSL verify server cert. Generate SSL certificates. Update the MySQL configuration file. Okay, so what is the name of this challenge? The name of the challenge is Vendetta, right? Console log Vendetta. And let's see if we were able to find anything on GoBuster. We weren't able to find anything on GoBuster. Index.html. So when we just access this page, it's called, hold on. Let's take a closer look at the nmap stuff over here. So the nmap found SSH. It found HTTP. V for Vendetta. You know what? It's possible that Vendetta is the name of the user. It's either V or Vendetta. Maybe it expects a vhost. Vhost? Vendetta? Maybe it expects a vhost. Maybe. Let's make a usernames file. So V and Vendetta. Vhost, huh? But what would we use as... There's nothing indicating which domain we would use if we want to do subdomain enumeration. I think we need to. I think we might be able to get in. We might be able to get in with MySQL if we can figure out this error over here. Let's try Googling around. So maybe MySQL, no SSL. How do I disable SSL? How to disable SSL? No SSL. Terminal command. We'll try asking ChatGPT. We want to do remote login, a MySQL server, but we want to disable SSL when we log in. What is the syntax? SSL mode equals disabled. Yeah. I mean, This is the same answer that I got from DeepSeek, but it doesn't seem to work. MySQL unknown variable SSL mode equals disabled. Hold on, let me... Got ads coming up on Twitch right now. While the ads are running, we're not going to... Unknown variable. We received this error message when we ran the command. Hold on, let me get the syntax that we used again. Just like this. MySQL client does not support the --SSL mode option. This is likely because using an older version of MySQL client. Your client is a MariaDB client, which may not support --SSL mode. Solution 1 is skip SSL instead. Oh, okay. Oh, doesn't change anything. Okay. Actually, let's try a different username. Let's try Vendetta. Using password, no. Oh, wait. So root doesn't work. Root. Oh, we've got ads on Twitch right now. Okay, so everybody, let's enjoy the birds for just a second. I need to run an ad on YouTube as well, just so ads don't randomly come up later. Okay, I'm gonna have a little drink of water just a second, everybody. I just love watching this video so much. Okay, let's put the birds away. Okay, so let's look back. Let's look back at the Hacktricks file, at the Hacktricks article over here. So basic information. MySQL can be described as an open source relational database. Okay. Connect. This is the stuff we use to connect. Great. External enumeration. Some of the enumeration actions require valid credentials. So we can use nmap. Let's try nmap first. So there's all of these. Thank you very much for following Crazy Penguin 584. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Let's give you a fun Hack the Planet, because that is what we do, and we have to play it X number of times per hour.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get it!
You are now a HackerFrog. Congratulations. Okay, so let's run this all of these nmap scripts over here. Hopefully we get something good. It's filtered? Oh, I didn't do the correct IP address. Okay. What do we have here? So we ran all of these, like MySQL audit, MySQL databases, MySQL dump hashes, MySQL empty password, MySQL enum, MySQL info, query, users, etc., etc. Okay. So valid usernames: admin empty, web empty, user empty, guest empty, test empty. Are these actual valid credentials? Let's... Empty. Performed 10 guesses in 1 second. Okay. MySQL native password. So, admittedly, I don't do very much external enumeration of MySQL. I wonder... Let's try some other enumeration tools. So that was nmap. So we can try some of these Metasploit, some of these Metasploit modules as well. Okay, let's go ahead and try that. So we have to start up MFS console before we can start using any of these. Great soundtrack. Great soundtrack. Okay, so the first one we're going to try is the MySQL version scanner. Okay, so it says this module can target a session or an R host. So in this case, we're going to be targeting an R host. So show options. We need to set up the R host before we can use this. Okay, so set R hosts 172.17.02. Okay, then we can just run it. So this is running MySQL, this version over here. We should probably check this version of MySQL to see if there's any vulnerabilities associated with it. And we would check that with searchsploit. What is this? MariaDB 551 code execution privilege escalation. So this is a local script. So since this is a local script, we can't run this. Well, we can't run this until we actually get a foothold on the box. So we're gonna have to move over to another scanner. So MySQL authentication bypass hash dump. Okay, let's give this a go. Show options. Let's go ahead and set our hosts 72.17.02 and then run the thing. Okay, so access denied. So we can't do authentication bypass. Access denied for user root. Okay. Next, we got MySQL hash dump. So I guess we need creds to run any of these. So we're gonna see when we try running these that. It's going to ask for our host password. Wait. The password for a specified username, our hosts. We don't need any of this? That's weird. MySQL hash dump. Let's show info. MySQL password hash dump, right? So this module extracts the usernames and encrypted password hashes from a MySQL server and stores them for later cracking. I mean, we shouldn't be able to run this, but I'll try it just for fun. Let's try it. Yeah, password and username must be specified. So that's not going to work. Okay. So the next script is admin auxiliary admin MySQL schema dump. This is a Windows one. Brute force. Brute force. Okay, let's try this one out. Like the last one, we probably need valid credentials to do this. Wait, you know what? We could do brute forcing. We could do brute forcing against MySQL as well. But let's do that later. Okay, show options. Set our hosts to 1702. Yeah, okay. MySQL info, MySQL enum, valid usernames admin empty, web empty, user empty, guest empty. But it doesn't seem to be, this doesn't seem to be true. Hold on. So root with no password doesn't work. Root with the root password doesn't work. Maybe we can just try to brute force the root user's password. So let's figure out how to do that. MySQL empty password script. MySQL native password script. This should mean that there's okay. Let's look up how to do MySQL brute forcing. Actually, it should be in the hack trick section here, right? Brute force. Brute force. Brute forcing cheat sheet. Default credentials. MS SQL. We're not dealing with MS SQL. We're dealing with MySQL. Okay. All right, so we can do Hydra. We could do Metasploit. We could do Medusa. We can do Legba. I've never heard of Legba before. Okay, let's try Hydra. Okay, so we're gonna do root. We're going to do rocku.txt. We're going to do this. Okay. Let's see if we can brute force the root user's password. Okay, but actually, what we need to do first is we need to set the threads to something absurdly large, because we definitely don't want to go super slow when we're doing this. Okay. So aside from that, Zephyro says, "Sup fam, how's everything been?" Hello Zephyro, nice to see you. Let's give you a Nyan Cat because we haven't spammed that enough today. Okay, hey, hello. Yeah. Let's try. So we've got our what? The host is blocked because of too many connection errors. Unblock with Maria admin flush hosts. Huh. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Get out of here. Maria DB admin flush hosts. Maybe I was running it too fast. Okay, what were we doing? We were... Okay, this is output from Nmap for a CTF challenge. Interpret the output. Okay, so reveals details about a MariaDB database running on the target system, key information, authentication and security details, auth plugin, MySQL native password. This server uses MySQL's native password authentication, meaning password hashes are stored in SHA-1 format. So SHA-1 format, okay, great. This is the random salt used during authentication. Transactions are automatically committed unless explicitly stated. Potential exploitation paths. Brute force attack if credentials are weak. Try logging in using common default credentials. Use brute force tools like Hydra. Auth bypass by MySQL user enumeration. You can try multiple logins. Valid usernames may trigger different error messages. Exploiting load data local in file. You can log in. We cannot log in. Checking for SQL injection in the web app. So, it looks like we can't. Okay, so Hydra doesn't seem to be getting the job done. Let's try Metasploit console, and we'll try the Metasploit tool. Where are we? Over here. So Metasploit console, set verbose false. MySQL login. Okay. Show options. So let's see. Attempt to log in with a blank username and password. Anonymous login. Blank passwords. Huh. Anonymous login. Could it be that easy? I don't think so. Password file. Yeah. Okay. So we need to set our hosts. Set our hosts. 172.17.2. We need to set. Let's set up a password file. Set pass file. User share word lists. rocku.txt. Okay, then we're going to set the brute force speed. We need to set the username. Username root. Okay, it's set. Verbose, yeah. Okay, let's run this thing. You can open a MySQL session with these credentials and the create session set to true. Wait, what? Unsupported target version of MySQL detected skipping. Unsupported target version of MySQL detected. You can open a MySQL session with these credentials and create session set to true. Okay. Verbose. Okay, let's try a specific password to authenticate with. So let's try password, set password, empty string, and then set pass file to none. None. Tama says hi. Hi Tama, how are you doing? Pass file? Did you mean pass underscore file? Set pass underscore file. None. Show options. Okay, I think set username to admin. Run it. Pass file. Okay, so unset pass file. Set password to empty string. Run. Unsupported version of MySQL. Okay. All right, everybody. I think I might have to call it quits here. because I'm running over time right now. But I guess I might do some more scanning around later. But let's find someone on the InfoSec streams that we might be able to raid. Nobody is on InfoSec streams right now. Okay. Let's see if there's anybody cool on Twitch that we can raid into. Looks like we have Snow Cones. Snow Cones is a person who does lead code. So she works as a software engineer, and yeah. Well, if you let's check out her stream, preview it right now. Snow X Cone. But we're gonna be back. What day is it today? Today's Monday. So, oh look, we've got ads on Twitch. That's great. But yeah, she does leak code. She codes in Python, I think. And if you're interested in learning about software development and about Python and doing coding, then her stream is probably where you want to do that. Thanks for the stream, says Shivran. Thank you very much for everybody who's showing up. And let's go ahead and we'll raid into her channel. And if you arrive on the channel and you do frog, hip, hop, hack, frog, then I would really appreciate it. Just like this. Let's see. VulNyx wants to redeem war games. Let's do that. Let's do it for him. There you go.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so everybody, we'll be back on Wednesday, and we're going to be doing more hacking, more digital forensic stuff, and yeah, please show up for that. It's going to be a ton of fun. But until then, have a great rest of your week, and we'll see you next time. Alright, thank you very much to all our good friends who showed up today. So thank you very much, Vladimir Volkov and Evil Genius, and VulNyx, and Shivran, and Tama, Zifiro, and let's see, who else? Cyber Apple, good friends like Ayanashi, and we'll be back on Wednesday. See you next time. Please send the raid message, frog, hip hop hack frog. See you next time.